Greetings, dear viewers. We are back live from Biel in Switzerland with even more exciting chess. We are in the heart of the city. The Biel Congress Center, under its roof, hosts the entire festival, a total of 15 tournaments. The main events are Masters and Challengers triathlons that make this festival so special. 5 out of the 12 invited players already have been eliminated as we enter the final stage to determine who will ultimately triumph in the triathlon. We are your hosts of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. I'm Grandmaster Artur Nations, together with Angelika Volkova. Angelika, it's great to have you back.
Thank you so much, Artur. I'm happy to be here as well. We have final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon. I am really excited to it. We have the best of the best state in the field.
So what is this final stage? So let's check the format of the triathlon to have a deeper look at some of the technicalities. Here you see the triathlon essentially is a combination of 3 tournaments, Rapid and Classic and Blitz, and now finally we have figured out who have qualified for more. Classical chess is going to be 3 rounds for the Masters, 2 rounds for the Challengers. Scoring system still remains the same, 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for a draw. Obviously, losses are not awarded here. And the time control, Angelika, is exactly the same as before. Also, the same time control used for the World Championship matches. 2 hours for 40 moves, 1 hour for the next 20, even more time after that. And the increment, Angelika, starts from move 61. What do you make of this?
Absolutely exciting time format. We have a World Championship time format here in Biel. Of course, the players have to be really careful not to get in time trouble under move 40 and 60. We've seen a lot of time trouble. Blunders have been made. I recall Pragg blundered against Vincent. Crazy.
Vaishali against Salem select
yes,
as well?
Absolutely. Move 40 was so important. So the time format is really amazing. And also we have 4 players in the Masters and 3 players in the Challengers left to battle it out, to fight for the first spot.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fun. So let's maybe check the current standings in both tournaments. So we have the Masters and Challengers. In the Masters, we have 4 players. The 2-time winner, Lim Le, is once again showing he's all about business here. He is once again leading the tournament with 24 points, a solid 3-point lead over Ike Matriasyan. However, Pragg managed to fight back in the Blitz tournament. He has managed to reduce the gap from the leaders. Now it's only 5 points, of course, and Mishra also managed to stay in top 4. Angelika, were you surprised that Vincent didn't qualify?
It was absolutely surprising considering his performance in Classical. He was playing actually pretty well, and then in the Blitz, everything just went down for him. It was completely surprising to me.
Yeah, and also Sam Shankland had a pretty good showing in the Blitz tournament, but still it was not enough for him to climb to the top 4 and qualify for the final stage. In the Challengers tournament, we see there's only one player. It's all about him, really, because it is the Emirati Grandmaster Salem Saleh, who is unstoppable. He had a great showing, especially in the Blitz tournament, with 9 points out of 10. Successfully already eliminated one of the players, Jonas Bjerre. In case you're wondering why there's only 3 players, not 4, because Bjerre, if he would be playing in the final stage, he could not even technically be able to overtake Salem Saleh. And that's why, because of the tournament regulations, he was eliminated.
Absolutely surprising and heartbreaking day we had at the Blitz a couple of days ago when Jonas needed just a draw, just half a point in order to be in the top 4 and battle for the first place, trying it out. But Salem was just simply unstoppable.
Yeah, and essentially what Salem really needs to do, he needs just to make one draw. I'm not really sure how easy it is, Angelika, because when you are so close to the final goal, sometimes this last final step is really so difficult to do. Out of 2 games, only 1 draw is necessary for Salem to secure the victory in the Challengers tournament. I suppose we are going to check it out. And now let's go to the current pairings of the first round of the final stage.
And here we see that Lim Le is going to play with the white pieces against Abhimanyu Mishra, and Ike Martirosyan also with the white pieces against Pragg. In the challenger section, we will have Saleh Salem with the white pieces against Vaishali with black, and Donchenko is today having a rest day because he's a third player in the Challengers.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting, thinking about, is this really such a great thing for a player to have 2 rest days in a row? I'm not really sure. Probably for Donchik, this is also a better time to prepare for the final 2 games. But yeah, in the Challengers, every single player will have a rest day at some point.
Yeah, absolutely exciting for the players to have one more rest day, maybe to prepare a little bit, to gather more energy, and and just try and battle it out, trying to get in the top first place. But for Challengers, it's going to be really difficult to surpass Salem.
Still, not everything is set, and here we see this is the playing venue in the Biel Congress Center, the main hall, of course. The main events, the Masters and Challengers, they're being played on the stage, which once again makes it a bit more special also for the invited players. There's the Masters and Amateurs Open tournaments played with those nice, beautiful blue chairs. There's the stage. We see, I believe it's Abhimanyu. Indeed, he's getting ready for his game. Only 3 games will be played now every day instead of 6 on the stage, obviously, since one of the players has a bye every day.
And also, I think very interesting fact to say that the players are going to battle against each other with the opposite colors that they played already in the classical part of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And it means for Vaishali that she's going to have 2 black pieces. She will play today with the black against Salem, and she will play with the black pieces Alexander Donchenko.
And there's also Eric Rosen. You can see him in the middle of the screen, one of the most famous YouTubers, chess content creators, who is also here in the MTO pursuing his GM norm. I'm not sure if he's going to succeed this time, so still a great tournament for Eric. He's here back for the tournament for a second year in a row. He was in very good mood, enjoys the city, and we also had him joining us here in the studio earlier in the festival.
Yeah, absolutely excited about the format. He's participated in all sides events, in the Blitz, in the Rapid, in the Chess 960, and he likes really a lot here. But absolutely incredible. Oh, I see also the opponent is there as a word. We caught the moment. Absolutely incredible that he's also doing the recaps every single day, streaming his games online. I mean, this is
just
really...
as we are, by the way, dear viewers, in case you missed it, we are also making recaps of all the tournaments after the end of every single day. Just head over to Biel Chess Festival's YouTube channel, find the video, give it a like, also write a comment if you like it. This is important for us as well. Also, let's check also what are the players fighting for here. Not only it is the glory, the possibility to be one of the victors of very unique tournaments, but also there's a very considerable prize fund.
Yes, we have to get altogether 14,000 Swiss francs, what is around 14,320 euros. First place gets 5,000 Swiss francs, second place with 3,500, third place with 2,500, fourth place 1,500, fifth place with 1,000 francs, and sixth place 500 francs. Already we know the last 3 places in the Challengers, so currently there is a huge battle for the first, second, and third place in the Challengers.
In the Masters, the prize fund is slightly higher, obviously. Also, the competition is a bit stronger. So in total, here you go, it's 28,500 Swiss francs. The winner is going to walk away with a very nice 10K in the pocket. Awesome. And every single player will be, of course, awarded with prizes. All right, Angelika, probably you're wondering, yesterday there was no chess. Yesterday there was no coverage. Why was that? Because yesterday was a rest day for every single player in the Masters and Challengers tournament. Some of the players were just, spending the time relaxing at a hotel, maybe walking to the lake of Biel. But what else did they do?
I mean, they had actually a very interesting activity yesterday, all together with Arne, who's responsible for our social media content from the chess base, and some other players of the MTO tournament. They went to play basketball.
Oh, and not football. Because I would have thought, nowadays, everybody in every high-level tournament, if there's a special sports activity, every single player always plays football. How come basketball?
They decided like this. Actually, originally they wanted to play football. I remember that. But something has changed and they decided to go and play basketball. So it was really exciting to see players, playing already some different type of sport, because when they're playing chess, they're just sitting at the boards. It was so exciting to see them jumping around with the ball. We had there 3 players. Vincent Keimer, who already got eliminated, and Jonas Bjerre, who got eliminated. But there was one player who is still playing the challenges, and it was Alexander Donchenko. So he's playing it all.
No prep revealed, right? You play basketball, but obviously no prep was a leak to the opponents, right? So players also want to have some fun here. Also, I saw some other personnel playing there, the basketball together with players. That was a very, very nice moment for the players, also for the commentators watching the players in action. But we also had another rest day, which was just after the chess 960 and Rapid, right? So we had this very nice travel to one of the suburbs, one of the small coastal towns next to the city of Biel. We spent some quality time there, had a nice time at the restaurant, so players feel here that it's just nice to come.
Yeah, for sure, and very nice weather we have. We have not such a hot weather, but sometimes it's very hot, getting very hot on the chessboards.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. Yeah, outside, actually, you're not obviously seeing this, dear viewers. It's the middle of the summer here in Biel, so typically we have about 25 degrees Celsius outside. So, but Angelica, I have a question. Do you prefer playing better in summer, beautiful weather, in beautiful conditions, or you need to have like really dark autumn, lots of rain, and this is when some players really like to play chess? What do you do?
I prefer the autumn, so it's, for example, like end of September, the October, when it's still a little bit of warm, so the warm stays from the summer, but it's already not so warm like in summer. For example, when you're playing tournaments in Italy, like in July, in August, I think it's impossible. Also, when we are talking about the Emirates.
You can't concentrate on chess, that's what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
All right, yeah, it's tough indeed.
And what about you?
Yeah, for me it's the same. Yeah, playing in dark autumns, right? When it's raining outside, you just want to spend some time over the boards. In summer it's a bit more difficult, but yeah, I suppose Biel Chess Festival just makes it a bit more special, and yeah, that's why I'm coming here.
It depends also on the place. Of course, we have here wonderful lake. We have the mountains in Biel. Like, also the weather is not so hot like it would be in some other place. But yeah, it is very nice for the players.
And also we had a celebration a couple of days ago here, celebrating the 100 years of FIDE, not only FIDE, but International Chess Day. By the way, here we see on the screen, players are getting ready for their games. This is a very nice view now. Here we have Ike Matryoshyan getting ready for his game against Pragg and Anda. So we are going to talk about those moments more in depth, what's their scores before the start of the round. There you go, the clock is started, and we see D4 being played in the game of Pragg versus Black versus Matryoshyan.
We see also 1c4 has been played by Liam against Abhimanyu, and actually Abhimanyu answered with c6. Wow, interesting reply.
I kind of expected that. So I looked at some of the previous games they have played against each other, and I tried to make predictions. Here we see, by the way, Salem Saleh, a very important match between these players. So here we have bird's eye view of all the 3 games in the Masters and Challengers. Lim Le against Mishra. So far, every single game amongst these players was about Slav, some sort of a Slav. One of the games was exchange Slav, other game was typical Slav, then was the semi-Slav. That's why I think that here, with the order in the moves, Lim Le is steering the game to those Slav-like positions. We are going to talk about it a bit more closely. The game in question is on the left. In the middle of Salem Saleh against Vaishali, it's quite interesting that in the previous games, Angelica, if you would have to guess what kind of opening or setup Vaishali was choosing pretty much all the time. Can you guess?
But she was playing with white pieces, right?
No, with black. Specifically black. Salem Saleh against Vaishali. They already have played against each other a couple of times in Rapid and Blitz, previous encounters. So what kind of opening was dominating so far?
King's Indian?
The Benko.
Ah, yes. Now I recall that game. Exactly.
Yeah, so
the
I was
Bangkok,
wondering,
yes.
if Vaishali is going to pick up the Bangkok here with the pawn on d5. I think it's already unlikely. We are going to see something else, already a different choice. And finally, on the right, we have the game of Ike Matrieson against Pragg and Anda. I was speculating if Pragg is going to continue with the Bogo Indian. Because, yeah, so far, Pragg was playing consistently the Bogo Indian. It seems this is something that he was prepping for the festival. Not really great results for him so far in the Bogo. And here we see he is playing the King's Indian defense, a very principled continuation, which basically spells, I want to fight.
Wow, absolutely incredible choice by Pragnananda. We see that Haik is pretty much ready. He had already King's Indian in the tournament in the round 2, I believe, but not against Pragnananda, but against no, in the round 1, but against Sam Shankland.
Right. So here we see a couple of moves being played. Now I think we have a slightly slower pace. Typically we had 6 games, now we have 3 games. This is going to mean, of course, we're going to have more time for every single game. We can maybe more carefully walk through the thought process, the opening phase, why they're playing, what they're playing. So Angelika, your call, the game you would like to start with, and then, of course, we're gradually going to move on to the next game.
Let's start with Limle against Abhimanyu Mishra, because they already got started with an interesting move order. Yeah, already first move is a very interesting choice for the boss of the players, and we see already some transposition to the different openings. I mean, I think it's also what is very exciting in chess. Like you start with one move, you transpose then to the Slav, then now you transpose to the Catalan. So really exciting.
Right. So speaking about the previous encounters so far, in the Biel rapid tournaments, there was one rapid tournament, there was one chess 960 tournament. Limle scored 1 victory and 1 draw. In the rapid, it was a draw in the Slav. So maybe I'll just show you how this game proceeded so you get an approximate idea of what was part of the player's prep. So in the rapid, Limle would start with d4, c4, c6, knight of 3, knight of 6. Here he would play e3, which is a very popular continuation, just in case protect the pawn on c4. Here, Mishra responded with the Slav, bishop f5, which makes sense. You don't want to imprison your Lascaux bishop d6, knight c3, e6, and knight h4. So maybe I'm not going to go any further. This was their game that I played right here in Biel in the rapid tournament, and then it was a very interesting struggle. At some point, Limle was pushing, but it ended in a draw. So this is one of the previous encounters in another game they had, although it was played in online game, they played with the same moves, c4, c6, and now in the game here, knight of 3 was played, d4, d5, and then after knight c3, knight of 6, here the game continued with c takes, and bishop f4, the exchange Slav. So again, it was a pretty interesting game 3 years ago, by the way. So obviously Mishra was a bit younger, 3 years younger. I suppose he was 12 at the time because now he's 15. And Limle won the game. So that's why here, again, we're seeing some sort of interesting transposition. And maybe the question, Angelika, would be, why not d4?
Yeah, that's a huge question. Why don't you play immediately d4? To me, what I can say is that sometimes in some lines you don't want to include d4. For example, if you want to go for this Catalan line, sometimes you don't include it. So for example, you start with c4, then black would play, for example, e6. I mean, if the black would play e6, then knight c3, knight f6. Then
or d5 even,
or d5,
yeah?
yes.
Yeah, knight f6.
And then you don't play, for example, d4, then you're playing the e4 already, and you're fighting for a d5 square.
Yeah, and after d5, I suppose, if black would play here d5, then you could simply play d4, and you have tricked your opponent not to play in some nimzo positions and essentially some Kaspet. And by the way, Limle really loves the Kaspet structure. So that's why I think we could understand why he plays c4. Maybe somebody's immediately going to jump from the chair and say, hey, but what about e5, right? e5 is like a really, really principal move, but apparently Mishra doesn't play it. Yeah, he plays something else.
It just depends on the repertoire also of the player. I mean, he simply wants to surprise an opponent for one game, maybe it could work. But if he's generally not playing it and he doesn't want it, of course, he's not going for it. And especially knowing that they already had such an experience in Slav, it's very logical that Abimanyu is also going and playing c6.
Yeah, so c6 was played. And again, look at this tricky move order, knight of 3, d5, expecting d5 first. Only now white plays d4. Typically, black almost never here takes on c4, especially when the knight is on b1. For example, I mean, of course, it's a playable move. For example, you play d takes on c4. I'm not sure what's even better here. Is it e3 or e4? Let's say you play e3. And then the pawn on c4 is a bit difficult to defend. So if white gets to play bishop c4, then you get a question. Why did black give up the center pawn for the pawn on c4? White will just play e4, for example, something like, let's say, knight f6, bishop takes on c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4.
Yeah, it's actually some kind of worse version of the Queen's Gambit accepted, because in the Queen's Gambit accepted, sometimes you get to play c5 in one tempo, and here you're already committed to c6.
Right, so there's no good reason for black to go up the center just like that, and that's why here d takes on c4 is not really that great. And also, typically, if black plays bishop e6, try to hold on to the pawn, you need to account for this move knight g5. Of course, the question is, oh, sorry, I blundered queen a5. Okay, maybe not immediately. I suppose I'm going to include some move like knight c3, knight f6, and now knight g5. So this is one of the core ideas. Try to eliminate the bishop so that you get to the pawn on c4. And after bishop d5, e4, well, it gets really suspicious for black. The bishop on d5 is in danger. And then after h6, typically we get these kinds of positions where white plays d5, white plays bishop g5, white plays bishop c4. And because of the open nature of the position, simply has the better game. That's why this bishop e6 is actually a very risky choice for black.
That's why black is not taking the pawn on c4, not giving up a center, because there is no straightforward way to win the pawn. Because if you protect the pawn instantly with something like b5, you're getting tricked, because here white is the one who is trying to strike on the queen side with a4. For example, black is playing a6, then you can strike with a b3.
Or maybe just
or
take
you
first
take
and
and then b3, yes. So there is no way to protect the pawn. The pawns are falling eventually, also due to the pin on the rook on a8.
Yeah, this is but a very important resource. After bishop takes on b5, a takes, rook on a8 is under attack. And sometimes maybe for some club level players, it's a bit difficult to understand why this position is not great for black. Because you think, wait a second, I mean, I have an outside pass pawn. I'm doing great. Yeah, but what about remaining pieces? What about the center?
What about development?
What about development? Exactly. White is going to play short castle. White is going to push e4, bishop e3. And actually, this pawn on a6 in the long run is a weakness. So if you remove all the pieces off the board, then black is better in an endgame, because this is indeed an outside pass pawn. However, in an opening and a middle game, this is a weakness. And that's why this entire idea of not capturing d takes on c4 so early quite doesn't work for black. But look at this. What happens now? Now white plays knight c3. And this is slightly different. Because if we compare this position to the previous position, for example, black already is entitled to take on c4. And now in some lines, black gets to play b4.
With a tempo.
Yeah, it's a tempo. And then maybe black can sell this pawn on c4 for, let's say, accelerating his development, maybe push c5 at some point, knight g3, c takes, I'm not sure, knight takes, bishop b7. You win back the pawn on c4, but black is pretty active. So there's a very, very big concept about this very famous idea that you grab the pawn, you don't try to hold on to it, but you sell it back at the right price. So that's what makes these players so good.
Yes, and both of the players, of course, know all of it. They have been doing preparation whole day yesterday, and in this position, actually, black didn't take. So, of course, there are other reasons why they don't want to take the pawn. They just don't want to give up the central pawn for the c4 pawn and some other concrete lines. But e6 was played.
Yeah, e6 was played. It's a very, very solid move.
Yeah.
Also, there's a problem for black. With knight c3, Limles says you're not going to get your Slav. So e6 is semi-Slav. Why is this? Because this is a known problem You cannot play bishop f5 because of c takes.
I love this. I
You
love
love
this
it. You
trick.
caught many people here, yeah?
I caught so many people here. So maybe let's show. So queen b3, we're targeting 2 pawns at the same time. Okay, on d5 it's not targeted, but you have to protect it. And there is very natural move to play queen d7. I mean, bishop is developed. Why not to put the queen on the d7? Ah, sorry, should be bishop on f4 also for the trick to work.
Yeah, there's 95.
There is 95, so when there is a problem with those 2 pawns, you cannot hold to the both pawns.
Right, and also queen b6 is a very famous trick. White include knight takes on d5, queen takes on b3, and a very important intermezzo move, knight takes on f6. The king's in a check, and here white simply chalks up the extra pawn. So this is pretty known stuff. After queen b3, black has some problems. Actually, I think the best move already is bishop c8, not to lose immediately. Because after b6, I think this move is played very often at club level chess. After e4, you just destroy black immediately. d4, and I think it was something like
Bishop. Yes.
knight e5, you try with a mate, and here the position just collapses. Knight e7, I think there was something like g4, g5, hitting the knight at f6, the bishop on d7, the knight on d7 loses support. So all of this is known, and this bishop f5, c takes on d5 asks a lot of questions to black immediately, and actually the best move already here is to play knight takes on d5 to give up the center immediately, which of course is the reason why Mishra played e6.
Yes, and that's why he is keeping the bishop on the c8 square. So if potentially at some moment something is going to get opened on the queen side, he can always play bishop d7, so that bishop is not outside of this pawn chain. It looks like a little bit passive, but of course black has their own ideas. And now actually also at some moment the d takes on c4 is a threat. By the way, after g3, yes?
Especially now.
Yes.
Especially now, d takes on c4 makes a lot of sense because this move, e6 Angelica, is directly linked with the immediate threat of d takes on c4. So black plays e6 not because he wants to suffer, because he doesn't like his last square bishop on c8. But because he wants to take on c4, because the white knight stands on c3. And that's why here white typically has some choices, like do you give up the pawn on c4 or you protect it? So if white takes on d5, black plays e takes on d5, brings the last square bishop in the game and has a very nice cosbet position.
Yes, I think the problem was here that the knight is already on f3 for white. That's why Lim doesn't want to get this position, so he doesn't want to allow black to get such a fast development.
Also, one of the most played moves here in Biel so far was the move bishop g5. We saw this move played numerous times in all time controls. So typically black would respond with h6, bishop f6, queen f6. I recall one game by Maurizio, he played a3 with idea push e4, but mostly players would play e3 followed by moves as knight e7, g6, bishop g7, etc. Okay, this is completely different game, and here probably this is the first surprise of the game. Here, Lim Le, for this particular game, he's prepared to play the Catalan.
Yes, and it's already a surprise for Abhimanyu, right? Of course, most likely he also is prepared against Catalan, but not as much as against, for example, Slav, which would have happened, or Exchange Slav, which they already played before. So this could be something new for him, and here he went for the dc4, actually pretty quickly.
Yeah, of course. I mean, otherwise, why do you go for this position and you don't take on c4? It's a very principled approach. And after bishop g2, white is going to ignore the pawn on c4 for the time being. And this is also one of the core ideas of any queen's gambit accepted. You sacrifice the pawn on c4 to accelerate your development, to gain the center, and then maybe in the long run, you get a pawn on c4 back. So that's why I'm always saying to my students, Angelica, you play queen's gambit accepted, and if you're worried about a pawn on c4, if you're thinking about how do you get it back, maybe don't play the queen's gambit accepted at all.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you have to go forward. You have to get the center here as white. You have to play something like e4 at some moment. Knight e5 is an idea in some lines. There are problems, could be problems on c6 when black is protecting the pawn on c4. So it's not always about recapturing the pawn back so quickly.
Yeah, so here after knight e7, black is thinking about securing the center, the pawn on c4 with b5. So that's why Lim Le played a4. It's a common move, you know, to make sure that black's b5 is much more difficult to accomplish. So bishop b4 was played, again bringing b5 push in the air.
This is this typical idea. How is it called? without the bishop on g2. This is a typical idea to play, and then a5 also in this position.
I'm not sure if it even has a name. You should know it better because I'm not nearly a d4 player. So castle, castle. I mean, these moves make perfect sense so far. So both players are going for what they want. So Mishra grabbed the pawn on c4. He's happy about it. Limble has sacrificed the pawn on c4 at least temporarily, but he gets a strong center. And I suppose this is still part of the prep. So queen c2 is played to bring more pieces in the game. Also, I suppose makes sense. You want to play e4, because if you play e4 immediately, it's going to cost you another pawn.
Yeah, you don't want to lose a pawn.
Okay, maybe you can even sacrifice it, but I'm not sure. It's already 2 pawns.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a little bit too much. So queen c2 is a very good move. You're removing your queen. It's a moment connecting the queens, and e4 is a threat.
It also hints at the capture of the pawn on c4. And here, a5 was played, the move you mentioned, because typically black is thinking about b6 and bishop a6, and then the bishop on a6 is feeling pretty well, holding on to the pawn on c4. And rook d1, pretty interesting.
Rook d1, all right. So maybe the idea is that they were not yet break c5, but now actually c5 is possible.
No, I think actually Angelika b6 most likely is going to be the move. So c5 immediately, we might get to some sort of a Catalan-like position where this bishop on g2 is going to be reigning supreme against black's last square bishop. Also, white has ideas like knight b5, the pawn on c4 I feel is going to drop very quickly.
Yes.
I'm not so sure about the c5 move here, immediately here, but it doesn't really exclude it out at some point. I think there's more like b6 and bishop a6 idea. And if we can imagine what Limble wants, his ideal scenario is probably grab the pawn on c4 along the way. And if he does that, I think we can safely say that white's position after the opening is simply better. For example, something like knight e5, knight c4, e4. If he manages to do it, I think he's great.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Arturs. But the problem is that, are you in time? That's a huge question. All right, so we can try maybe to predict some moves. Let's say if b6 is indeed played, what happens after knight e5? Is it a move?
Absolutely.
You're targeting 2 pawns, c6 and c4.
Yeah, I suppose black is going to take it.
And now actually is a question, how do you take it? You take it with a bishop or with a pawn? Because the pawn is looking very aggressive.
I think this is how they typically play here. d-dex on e5, gains space. Knight e5, and then some sort of a knight e4 at some point. But again, I'm not so sure what is this.
Yeah, actually, good question. What is this? Because the pawn so far is protected. Black doesn't have problems with development.
A pawn is a pawn. White is pretty active. But again, if you look at this position more closely, you realize black has 2 extra pawns at the queen side with 2 bishops.
Yeah, this looks actually. I don't know how much compensation white has for the pawn.
Me neither. Sure. Me neither. I suppose we are going to find it out because this game is apparently still in the prep for the Vietnamese player. You can see he has 1 hour and 58 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock. This means he has spent less than 2 minutes for the first 11 moves. And maybe that's also a good idea for us to go check out the next game. Of course, we're going to go back to the game of Limble against Mishra at some point later, but also let's not forget we have 2 more games in both Masters and Challengers going on. So let's give us our estimation, what's happening there. My suggestion, Angelika, we go straight to the other game of Ike Matriasyan against Pragg and Da, 2 of the leaders of the Masters tournament where we have the King's Indian defense.
And actually, if I'm not mistaken, then Ike is repeating his variation he has already played in the classical portion against Sam Shankland. He already had this on the board. And actually, after the game, he said that this is his normal repertoire, he's playing it, so he's not afraid of a preparation from Pragnananda.
Yeah, I agree. The King's Indian defense casts fear into the hearts of many players. So I can definitely understand that. Still, if you're a d4 player, you should have a very solid repertoire against it. So d4, c4. What did they play before? So far in this tournament, the Bogo Indian was Prague's typical response. In the rapid, they started exactly like this. Pragg would play e6, and after knight f3, there was the bishop b4 check. This is what he tried. After bishop d2, queen e7, e3, now it transposed to some sort of a queen's Indian defense. And here the game quickly fizzled out to a pretty peaceful position. Here, Matryoshyan traded the queens with queen d2, knight e2, and then after something like 10 moves later, the game was agreed to draw. So clearly not a success to Matryoshyan because he was playing with white, he was trying to get something, and I think in general he was just surprised that Pragg played against him, the Bogo. And then they played a blitz game. So a blitz game was something else. Still e6 was played, and after knight f3, here Pragg played the late Bogo. He played knight c6, a move, to be honest, Angelika, I'm not sure I've even seen before. It's a very rare continuation. It just blocks the pawn on c7.
It looks similar to this two knights tango stuff, but because there also the black is playing something like e6 at some moment, but they're starting with knight c6 at the first move.
Yeah, so it signals either d5 or d6, e5 at some point. So this game continued with g3, again, the Bogo Indian idea, bishop b4, bishop d2, queen d2, queen e7, and somewhere here, after knight c3, d5, Pragg eventually took on c4, again, transposing to some sort of a Catalan position, which, by the way, we're seeing right now in the game of Limle against Mishra. So Pragg played twice already, the Bogo Indian against Matryoshyan here. So that's why I was wondering, is he going to risk it again to repeat it? Because the Bogo Indian at the highest level is not really that a popular continuation. And I was thinking, for the classical game, maybe he's going to go for the King's Indian defense. And he did.
Was it a surprise for Haik? What do you think? Or
No, I think he was ready. I think he definitely has something in store against the Bogo. Because if your opponent plays the Bogo Indian twice in the tournament, so it will be really strange not to prepare anything against it. So apparently Pragg looked at Ike's performance in your aforementioned game against Shankland, and he felt that maybe the Armenian quite doesn't feel these positions. So yeah, e4.
yeah, e4, grabbing the center, everything looks logical. That's how normally white is responding to the King's Indian. They're having 3 pawns, and meanwhile, black is trying to finish the development on the king's side and prepare the break. So that's the whole idea of the King's Indian. You let white take all the center, and then you just develop your pieces and break through in the next move, because apparently white is not yet ready, because white also has to finish the development.
Also, one of the main reasons why the King's Indian defense is so popular, because it's so easy. I mean, you literally don't need to know anything, at least in the beginning. You just play knight f6, g6, bishop g7, shoot castle, d6, and maybe push e5 or c5. That's why club-level players really like it in general. It's very easy to remember. The plans are typically the same. Okay, maybe the King's Indian defense doesn't quite work against e4 move, but it's very straightforward. It is dynamic, it is attacking. And of course, it always has been quite popular at the highest level. I mean, if I would have to name a couple of legendary players who have employed King's Indian defense, I would say Robert James Fisher, Garry Kasparov. From the modern players, maybe Hikaru Nakamura. Also, Timur Rajabov was a very, very big fan of the King's Indian defense, and it still lives, and Pragg is trusting into this defense.
And if I remember, we had one of the players at the Biel Chess Festival, Bassem Amin, who was always playing King's Indian defense, King's Indian attack. So, yeah.
Right. All right. So this is still opening theory. There's like literally a million ways how what can continue. So I'm not going to mention all the setups. Bishop e2 and shoot castle bishop e3. This is a super trending continuation. I'm not sure what is the title. I remember that one of the greatest chess theoreticians, Boris Avrukh, also was recommending this in one of his courses. So he's usually quite ahead of the modern theory. And the idea of this setup is that white is quite flexible with what to do at the king side, right? So you'd wondering, why not want to develop the knight? You know, knight f3, shoot castle, play at the queen side, whatever. all of this is perfectly playable, but bishop e3 comes with different ideas, and mainly they involve h4, h5, and maybe even g4.
Yeah, and also the thing after bishop e2, there is no more knight g4, which is very important. If you want to develop bishop to e3, you have to make sure knight g4 is not happening.
Yeah, this will be really bad. So this is a typical mistake. For example, White is thinking this is an equal trade. Knight e3, queen e3, it's not. Because this bishop on g7 ultimately will become a monster piece if Black is going to play something like c5, open this long diagonal, and then White has no arguments to put against it. That's why White typically plays h3, bishop e3, or bishop e2, bishop e3, or even f3, bishop e3.
Yes, and we have bishop e2, so this setup already on the board, which already happened before in the classical tournament, means Pragg is ready, and he's starting with actually a tricky move order. He's not yet playing e5 or c5, he's not yet opening his cards, and he's going for the a5 first.
I'm not going to deny, I'm not really sure what is the nuance here, why a5 is really important right now, because typically Black plays e5 immediately. So this is the response, and then after d5, then Black typically plays a5. And maybe, again, I should explain why, because there might be some moments when you put the knight on c5, and let's say you're careless, and you play, I'm not sure, something like knight e7, b4 could be a big problem. You see, this knight on c5 is pushed away, so you have to go back, and after a3, not only you lost 2 tempi, but White just gained considerable space at the queen side, and this knight on a6 is feeling weird. And that's why it's a common idea that after e5, d5, a5 is the response. Because if you play knight a6, there might be moments when White even starts with a3, and after knight c5 could even push you immediately right away. Okay, not here, because the pawn on e4 is under attack, but you understand that a5, knight a6 takes care of the c5 square and doesn't allow White to play a3, b4. But Angelika, what would be the idea of playing a5 immediately? What do you think?
I'm actually not so sure. I'm just wondering if he doesn't want to play any e5 at all. So I would say maybe he wants to do something on the queen side himself. But normally it's White who is doing something on the queen side. I'm actually not quite sure. Like normally after a5, you don't want to play for c5. You would rather play for something maybe like c6 or c6 e5.
This is very deep, you know, and I can only guess, Angelika, that here Pragg is trying to trick his opponent with a clever ordered moves. And I think we got our answer immediately with the next move, because when you look at this position, you feel, wait, starting g4, h4 before Black has locked the center is weird. Maybe I should show you why. Because if Black plays e5, d5, and now plays a5, the center is locked. So what does it mean? It's one of the prerequisites to start successful flank attack. So you close the center, and then you start a kingside attack, like h4, g4, h5, etc. Why? Because there's a rule of thumb. If your opponent is attacking at one of the flanks, like kingside or queenside, you're supposed to do a counter-strike in the center. And that's why having the center closed really improves your odds. And I'm only guessing here, Angelika, that this a5 move is really smart to deal with these immediate g4, h4 ideas. Because if you now play, for example, here, g4, do you see? The center is not locked.
You can play c5.
Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe there's ideas like c5. Maybe there's some interesting ideas like b5, bishop b7, try to attack the center, maybe at some point even d5. And it could be a bit risky for White to do this. And this, I suppose, was the reason why Matryoshyan decided to play classical knight f3.
Knight f3, but actually knight f3 in this case is allowing knight g4.
Yes, and this is what exactly happened.
Ah, all right.
So this is exactly what happened, knight g4, bishop g5. Of course, White doesn't want to trade the docks with bishops. It makes perfect sense. h6 gets the bishop, bishop h4. I'm not sure if here White can retreat to c1. It feels rather as a concession. It's always a big choice in these kings in the defense positions for White. Should you play bishop h4 or maybe play bishop c1 and try to exploit the pawn on h6 as a weakness? I'm not going to pretend I really understand these nuances, especially with a very tricky early a5, leaving the center unlocked. And here after bishop h4, we have knight f6. This is smart.
So you trick the bishop out to g5. Now the bishop is on h4. It cannot go back to the e3. Potentially the diagonal can be opened by playing something like c5.
Yeah, but he wants to trap the bishop mainly. He wants to play g5, knight h5. So this was very, very smart. Look at this. Again, include a5, provoke white to play knight f3, then play knight g4. The center is still not locked. So you're kind of afraid to play something like bishop c1 or bishop d2 because maybe black has ideas like knight c6 or c5. The center is a bit vulnerable. So bishop g5 feels really normal. You're pinning the pawn on e7. There's no e5 ideas. You're provoking h6. And now, look at this. After h6, bishop h4, he goes back. His big idea is to trap the darks with bishop because remember what we talked about. This bishop is a very important piece for white in these positions. Again, look at this. Let's say castles. I play g5. I play knight h5. The bishop is under attack. And let's say you react something like, I'm not sure what, rook c1?
You don't have actually move your rook c1.
Whatever, rook c1, takes, and let's say knight c6. Do you see how dynamic changes? Yeah, so black is threatening g4, win the pawn on d4. So you basically have to play d5, and as soon as you play d5, you look at the bishop on g7, you're wondering, what am I going to do against it?
Yeah, it's just a beast.
It's a beast.
And in case in the position when the bishop was already on h4, h3 is played, then there could be another tricky move order, something like knight h5.
Yeah. I'm thinking it could be indeed a case. So knight h5, knight f4, g5 ideas are definitely a possibility here. So I'm not sure what here Ike was supposed to do, but now we understand why he played knight d2. So he played knight d2 to make sure that black cannot capture the bishop with knight h5, because you see the bishop on e2 takes care of the h5 square. However, there's something wrong about this entire concept, Angelika. Maybe you can sense it as well.
I can tell that the move knight f3, to me, it felt very wrong, like in the...
You mean this move?
Yes, knight f3, knight f3. It felt very wrong. So I would play something like h3 instead of knight f3. And
Here.
then I would play knight f3. So I would prepare it. I would not allow this knight g4 happen at all.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Because if you will have to play knight d2 in that position...
But I thought you played bishop e2 already to stop knight g4.
Yes, but then you play knight f3. And then you're allowing knight g4. It's not logical to me.
I think it's fair to assume that Matryoshyan is out of the
Yes.
book. So he was not ready for this because a5, I do not recall. I like it. It's very interesting. Maybe only for one game. There could be, of course, many moves. There could be a move like h3 you're saying. There could be a slower move like queen d2, like queen c2. Really difficult to say. But I think there's something wrong actually with the move knight d2. And I'm kind of spoiled. I have this question mark by the knight because you see the center is not closed. So we compare this position. Look at this. We compare this position with maybe, how do I make it happen actually? Let's say here. It's going to be ridiculous, but just bear with me. d5, knight a6, knight d2.
But isn't bishop better on e3? Like just imagine the same position, but bishop is on e3.
Probably.
Yes. So
Okay, I made it really
that's
ridiculous.
why-
But the point is the center is not locked.
Yes, that's a huge problem.
And the pawn on d4 is a vulnerability. So that's why knight c6 immediately was played by Pragg, hitting the pawn on d4. And knight b5.
Wow. All right, so you play knight b5, you're protecting the pawn on d4 because you're saying you pushed a5, now you cannot kick my knight from b5. But it's already tricky. How do you protect the pawn on e4? Because now your knight from d2 is protecting the pawn on e4, and the knight on b5 is protecting the pawn on d4. It looks a little bit suspicious.
Weird. It looks weird. That's the feeling I have it, right? Because normally when white plays classical d4, e4, c4 against king's Indian defense, what's the impression you have? You have a lot of space advantage. You know, you secure the center, you're aggressively playing at the king side, g4, h4, etc. And now I'm looking at this position, something doesn't quite register for me because this bishop on h4 is a bit weird. The knight on d2 is weird. The knight on b5 kind of protects the pawn on d4. And I completely get it that I could play knight b5 because black is committed to a5, right? So you always try to find something in your opponent's setup that is a minus for him. Like the a5 move in some lines would secure this idea of knight a6, knight c5, but it weakens the b5 square. So for Ike, of course, it's perfectly logical that he immediately tries to exploit it. But at least visually looking, Angelica, I'm not a big fan of white setup here. Somehow the entire army feels disconnected from each other.
I agree, and I think maybe something like f3 and bishop f2 could be an idea to bring that bishop back finally to the diagonal.
Probably, yeah. It's a fair point. Or maybe even castle on f4 could be an idea. f4, e5. It feels weird. And here Pragg played e5.
So immediately striking the d4. That's actually very nice.
Yeah.
Instantly. So basically every move of black, the last few moves, is a punch. So he's punching. First he's attacking the pawn on e4, then he's attacking the pawn on d4. Now again, knight d4.
Knight d4 immediately.
Yeah, it's a very actually typical idea in King's Indian. Once the d5 is played, jumping with a knight to the d4 square.
But why it's a mistake?
I'm not so sure it's a mistake. Maybe
inaccuracy.
Inaccuracy, rather, yes. So the question is, of course, black is giving up a pawn because you can simply attack it right now and then you pick it up. Right?
Why?
Because, I mean, you play something like f3 and then you...
you mean the pawn on d4?
Yes, pawn on d4. You can play, for example, f3 and then knight b3, for example.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe that's the case. Like, I'm also not going to give it up, like knight e7 and c5. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what happened here. This entire sequence with d5, of course I see Engine marks as a mistake. Maybe there was something better, like knight e7, knight e4 feels okay to me. Like
yes,
you said.
It's a typical idea for black. So it would be one of the candidate moves you are looking at this position, going for it. So what I was trying to say is that even white is winning that pawn on d4, the bishop on g7 is open. So that was the whole idea. Basically, white established the center with the e4, d5, c4, and there are some weaknesses on the dark squares. That's why the bishop on g7 is getting really strong.
We're going to check it out a bit later, of course. So here, after the short castle, the game is incredibly complex. Maybe there was something better for white immediately. Like, I'm not sure why castling could be a mistake in this position. It just feels incredibly natural. So probably there was
maybe let's try bishop takes f6 and then knight f3 or something like this. Is it possible?
Yeah, but that's kind of a rule. You never want to give up this bishop, right?
Yeah.
Bishop f6, knight f3.
But it's just straight idea, so you take the pawn.
Yeah, you're never going to get it, I'm afraid. Yeah, bishop d3, there's bishop g4. Also, there's typically ideas for black to play something like c6. Where was this? Yeah, instead of rook e8, let's say I could play c6.
Yeah, you can break through.
Queen b6, hit the knight on d4, hit a pawn on b2, and white is up temporarily a pawn, but now you start to see this bishop on f6 is such a beast. That strategically it's very dangerous. I'm not saying that there are no moments when white doesn't really want to give the dark square bishop for the knight, but most cases that's the case. Yeah, so you don't want to give it up. And here after the short castle, we're going to check a bit later because we have one more game we have yet to see, and that is the game in the Challengers tournament, the only game in the Challengers section so far, which is the tournament leader Salem playing against Vaishali.
Yes, and we had already them playing with the different colors in the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So that's why now they're playing. So now Vaishali is playing, having black pieces. Also, she will have black pieces against Donchenko. All right, so what do we have here? We have some IQP position. How did it happen?
Yeah, no Benko.
No Benko today.
No Benko.
No risk, no risk.
All right, maybe I'm not going to show the previous encounters because in the Rapid there was some sort of a Benko. In Blitz there was a pure Benko. Apparently, the Indian young star really likes these dynamic positions where you... what's the Benko? Yeah, let me maybe mention that after d4, knight f6, c4, there's this continuation with c5, b5, a6. This is what Vaishali really likes, these positions, because I suppose it kind of showcases, allows her to show her fighting ability. She's a very dynamic and interesting player.
And very creative.
And very creative player, indeed. But I think, Angelica, in classical section, in the classical tournament, the Benko gambit is kind of considered to be
A bit dubious.
Dubious,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, maybe club level players are going to disagree with me, but even Stockfish says it. I mean, white has a pretty large advantage. This compensation is purely, maybe it's not even there, and that's why Vaishali decided not to risk it.
Yeah, she decided to go for the d5, more solid approach.
Yeah, by the way, but it's important detail here about this game that Salem Saleh is playing with white, and he only needs a draw. Yeah, because if he would check the current standings, here we see Vaishali playing, but if we would check the current standings of the Challengers tournament, you see that Salem Saleh is ahead of Vaishali by 7.5 points. So what does it mean? To refresh your memory, every victory the players grants 4 points. Every draw is 1.5. So if Salem Saleh makes a draw today, it means he has 31.5. And for example, if Donchenko wins, then he has 27, and then they have the only game against each other. So it means Donchenko cannot overtake Salem Saleh.
Yes, exactly. So that's why this match today is very important for Vaishali and for Donchenko to still have chances to fight for the first place. But we will see what happens. So we have d4, d5 on the board.
Right.
So more solid approach.
Yeah, I was not really
Knight
sure
f3.
what else is going to happen if Vaishali is not going to play the Benko. So c5, still very aggressive.
So basically, white doesn't want to fight for the center with a c4. White doesn't go for the queen's gambit. That's why black is doing the same.
Yeah, I suppose, again, there's an important move order. For example, why Saleh is not playing c4. There's always a reason. There's always a reason why the players are choosing this particular combination and not that particular combination, like we already saw in the game of Limble against Mishra. Starts with c4, make sure there's no Nimzo, then switch to d4, switch to Slav, and then switch to the Catalan. It's really, really smart how these players often they're avoiding certain openings and get exactly what they want. So apparently Salem decided, okay, I'm going to play knight f3, which is a typical move in this position, and I'm going to get more information what my opponent is going to do. And there you go, there's the information, because c5 is not exactly the main move here in this position.
Yes, I'm just wondering if it's a surprising move for Salem, because I mean, I would be surprised myself if I'm having this with white pieces.
And I think it transposed to some sort of a Tarash. No Tarash after d takes on c5.
So it's some kind of reversed Queen's Gambit accepted with extra tempo.
Exactly, reverse Queen's Gambit accepted, indeed. Yeah, white takes on c5. The idea is to hold on to the pawn, think about b4, a3, secure the pawn, so e6. We were looking at this position from the white's perspective earlier today in Limle's game. So here white has extra tempi, b4 is dangerous, you get b6, c takes on b6, and you are a bit annoyed with the bishop b4 idea. So a3 is played. That's the concept. White is selling back the pawn on c5 to accelerate his development.
a5, blocking the idea of the b4. You don't want to take immediately with the bishop because you just bringing the pieces of white with a tempo.
Yeah, and white suddenly is very active. So it seems
Yes.
symmetrical position, but white is incredibly active here. Maybe question, can black do it? Sure, I think it's not a problem.
Yes, it's not a problem, but the thing is, if it's already a position which we're talking about, the Queen's Gambit accepted, one tempo less for black, maybe it's something that they have to make sure that they are not losing even more tempos because they can gradually get worse and worse position. So I think it's very smart choice by Vaishali to playing a5, to stopping this idea, and just she wants to take on c5 just with a bishop, and there will be no b4 played.
Yeah, so that's why here Salem played c4, knight c3 to apply some pressure here against the pawn on d5. And there you go, there's the ambition of the Indian player, show castle. So normally if here the Indian player was happy with a draw, she would just play d takes on c4. And then the position could be quite equalish. I mean, white maybe would retain minor pressure after queen d8, bishop c4, king e7. There's ideas like, I'm not sure, like knight e7, b6, bishop b7. It's really so little for white. And after the show castle, Vaishali says, I'm not afraid of the isolated pawn on d5. Why? Because I will get a lot of activity.
Yes, and after take, she's taking with a pawn, so she's not keeping the structure mirrored. So that again shows her ambitious, as Arthur already just said. She wants to play the game. She wants to have an isolated pawn, even though in some positions it's a weakness, but she will try and create some attack potentially.
Obviously, the isolated queen's pawn structure, or the shortened version, IQP, it is one of the most famous pawn structures in chess. I mean, there's a couple of very famous pawn structures like the Cospat, probably the first one which immediately jumps to my mind, and IQP is also one of them. And essentially, why both sides are going for this? So again, I think it's very important to have a pretty clear vision what both players want to achieve. So the player who is playing against the IQP, against the isolated pawn on d5, what does he want to do? He wants to trade off pretty much as many pieces as he can. So, for example, if I'm playing with white, I definitely want to trade the Daxwa bishops. I definitely want to trade a couple of knights. I would love to trade my bishop for your knight. And ideally, I'm getting the knight on d4 against your Laskva bishop on c8. So this is like dream come true scenario for white. Obviously, your opponent is not going to have to do that. He's going to have his own ideas. But it's very important you envision what do you want to do. And then, of course, in some variations, white is trying to block the pawn on d4. And ultimately, the big idea is try to get to the pawn on d5. And what is black supposed to do?
Yeah, black is supposed not to trade as many pieces as possible, so like just to keep the position complex, just try to create an attack, and also to put the knights on those outposts, on e4 in this case and c4, and also try at some moment to push for d4. I mean, that's also always an idea, to push and to get rid of the pawn with the d4. But I think one of the core ideas is to create an attack on this diagonal. Yes,
right.
queen d6.
Yeah, build some sort of a battery.
Yes.
This is one of the core ideas. Yeah, d4 is also definitely an idea always. So after d4, there's massive trades. For example, black plays knight c6, takes, everything disappears from d4. And then the position is symmetrically equal. So this idea of knight c6, queen d6, and creating either a battery on c7 or the bishop on b8, the big idea is, let me just show you a couple of moves. Let's say here, knight c6, so that you can also understand what I'm talking about. Let's say, I'm not really sure how accurate is it going to be. You just have to pardon me. There you go. So this is what black wants. Yeah, black wants to take out f3. Black wants to give you a check and possibly a mate. And that's why all of the black's pieces are typically heading towards this kingston attack, towards this battery. But there's one element, Angelika. I'm not exactly sure that this is in Vaishali's favor, and that is this b5 square.
That's what I actually wanted to point out. Many times when there is a Queen's Gambit accepted, the core move is playing a3 with white, so it means a6 with black. So already at the position which we have right now in the analysis, and also on the board, knight b5, with the idea of knight d4 sometimes blocking the pawn, is a huge idea.
Also to kill off the Daxwa
Right
bishop.
now, yes.
Because again, we are strictly following white's plan. I want to trade those pieces. I want to, at the same time, kill my opponent's attack. And this Daxwa bishop on c7 is really a really important piece to give black these attacking ideas. So that's why it's not really so ideal for Vaishali. This, I think the perfect position would be having the pawn on a6,
Yes.
not on a5. And now we understand here, after knight c6, knight b5 was played by Salem, because he doesn't want d4 to happen. As you said, one of the core ideas, he wants to make sure that this d5 push never happens. He plays knight b5. He wants to occupy the d4 square. And after the short castle, rook e8, short castle, and bishop g4, you are now getting the idea. The players are very clearly trying to steer the game towards what they want.
And I think it's already the second game we are having this concept. We had another game of Pragg with black who pushed this a5 idea, and I said, oh, you pushed a5, now I can jump with my knight to b5. That same happening in this position, but even stronger, I feel like, because now you cannot really create this battery on the king side, and I would say that black is the one who is struggling right now. There is still a few moves has to be made to be more precise, because you have to create an attack, and it's not so easy.
It's not, but it is an unbalanced game, so I assume you still prefer white?
I would prefer white here, yes.
I'm not
because
sure.
if I had a pawn on a6, if I could jadup, just jadup the pawn to a6, then I would love it for
You would
black.
jadup the pawn. I love that.
Yes.
I think that Vaishali should be pretty happy about the opening, although also Salem got exactly what he wanted. He has the IQP, he has a pretty clear plan. He only needs a draw. Now the question is he gonna find out? Well, we're gonna have to see ourselves because we're gonna check it out after a couple of minutes after the short break. This is the first round of the final stage of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival Masters and Challengers sections. See you very soon after the break. We are back live from Biel Congress Center here in Switzerland following the action from the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. This is the main playing venue here in Biel Congress Center. We, by the way, seeing Eric Rosen, the famous chess YouTuber here in a very deep thought against his opponent. There's not only the main event, the Masters and Challengers Triathlon that is being fought in two categories. Today is the start of the so-called final stage. 5 players out of 12 already have been eliminated, and these are the current standings in both Masters and Challengers. As you can see, in the Masters, it is once again the unstoppable Lim Le, the 2-time winner of the triathlon of the past 2 years. He's again in charge, 3 points ahead of Aikmat Riasyan. Pragg had a rather disappointing start. He managed to regain some of the points in the Blitz tournament. Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, also is in top 4. In the meantime, Salem is clearly in a great shape in the Challengers tournament, and today essentially only needs a draw against Vaishali already to clinch the title. Angelika, do you think it's going to happen?
I hope not. I would like to. I'm rooting for Vaishali, obviously, because I would like the action to continue to still have, this unclear winner. But of course, we know that Salem is very strong. He played exceptional games in the classical portion. He was a beast, absolute beast in the Blitz tournament. If he plays a draw, he would be, of course, deserving the title of the Grandmaster Triathlon Challengers winner. But I would like to see still more action to come and still a couple of games of Vaishali against Donchenko against Salem to see if there is something which can be changed.
You can see Jonas Bjerg has been eliminated from the action. This happened in the Blitz tournament due to a specific point in the tournament regulations that players of the top 4, they need to be within 12 points of the leader. And why is that? So that they would have a shot, try to win the triathlon, because once again, the classical tournament here in Biel's triathlon awards the player 4 points. So 4 points for every single victory, and a draw is only worth 1.5 points. So this means an extra incentive for the players. Try to strive for more and score more victories.
Yes, and we have very exciting games today. Players know that there is much to fight about, especially in the Masters. In the Masters, nothing is clear, absolutely. We have, of course, the 3 points lead by the Vietnamese Grandmaster Lim Le. But is it enough? Of course it's not. And if he's not really accurate in his classical games, then we might see another winner.
Yeah, and here also in the Masters tournament, I think the players with black, they are definitely looking for ways to spice up things because they're trailing behind the leader, Lim Le. So Lim Le has a comfortable lead. Mishra has managed to complicate the matters. Same applies also for Pragg. As you can see, Pragg is on the right side. His game against Aikmat Riasyan was a very complex King's Indian defense. The problem for the Indian player is that he's behind the tournament leader, Lim Le, by 5 points. Actually, one of the last games in the Blitz tournament was of very important value because had Pragg defeated his opponent, he could have been only 4 points behind the tournament leader and then with a potential victory already catch him. But now it's 5 points, and Pragg, the current world number 8, needs to score essentially as many victories as he can.
By the way, very interesting pawn structure we have on the left board, Limle against Abhimanyu Mishra. I mean, I just cannot cannot stop staring at that board because we have, look, pawn on c4, c6, pawn on e4 and e6, some kind of a square, and the knight in the middle, knight on d5. So it means have actually e4 been played, and black is extra 2 pawns, if my calculation skills are not mistaken here.
Let's go to that game, and so that we can follow it in action and see what were the last moves that we missed. It already started to heat up quite early when here it was the Vietnamese grandmaster who played g3. This is a declaration of war, so he says, I'm going to sacrifice the pawn on c4, you can have it, but I'm going to have a lot of compensation for it. And indeed, the young American player accepted the challenge, so here it was a very interesting struggle. I believe we left it after queen c2, a5, rook d1, queen e7, and bishop f4. So the position was rather unbalanced. White has sacrificed the pawn on c4, and now the next move that we didn't see that was being played was the move knight e5.
A very logical move. I mean, you're bringing the piece to the center, and it's already kind of a fork. You're attacking the knight and the bishop at the same time. And if white would take the knight on d5, black would say, thank you very much. You fixed the structure. Now I have protected pawn on c4.
Yeah,
and
that's why.
Just simply an extra pawn.
That's why it's not going to happen. Indeed, fair point right there, Angelika. So this is also the reason why the Vietnamese grandmaster play bishop g5. And usually, moves like bishop g5, you're probably wondering, wait just a second, what's happening here? After bishop g5, f6, bishop d2, why did white just lose a tempi just like that? Well, I think what the Vietnamese grandmaster was trying to do, he was trying to provoke some weaknesses. So he played bishop g5 with a tempi, hitting the queen, and after f6, bishop d2, his idea is that now the black king is not really feeling so safe, right? So this pawn cannot go back. Mm-hmm. There might be some problems eventually with, I'm not really sure how to do it. Maybe at the right moment to play bishop e4, remove the knight and get to the pawn on h7. But this was also the reason why Mishra decided, okay, I mean, my f-pawn is moving. I got to move it forward because now at least I stop e4 from happening. But
yes.
Did he? Did he stop?
I mean, of course, it's still possible to play e4.
And this is exactly what happened.
So Limle went for the e4 break immediately.
Right. Mm-hmm. e4. If you go back here, this entire sequence, does white even have anything better than bishop g5?
So let's say if bishop goes back to d2, what can black do? Because I think bishop d2, you threaten to play e4 anyway.
Right. But then again, the pawn doesn't stand on f6. Mm-hmm.
Maybe then there is no knight d7 to f6. That was maybe the idea, that knight cannot remaneuver so easily.
I'm also thinking if there's room for some e5, try to fight for the center, open up the Lascaux bishop. Maybe not. Probably the pawn will be lost in the process. Yeah, probably this is not so great. Like
there is also knight e5, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
knight d5.
Yeah, knight e5 takes. I was looking at this line from afar. Yeah, and I noticed the pawn on d5 is lost. So this is not really so great. I tried to activate my Lascaux bishop. But something similar could be happening. Maybe b6 and bishop a6. Okay, this is a different game, right? We could speculate what could happen. So bishop g5 makes sense. And instead of f6, I quite don't feel what else black can do. Knight f6 would be really bad, right? You play e4. You play b takes on c3. And now the last thing for black to do is to stop the clock and extend the hand because e5 is a big threat, the knight is lost, also the bishop on b4 is simply under attack.
Yeah, you cannot go for it, obviously. So yeah, f6 was played and bishop d2, and now the e4 is a threat, so that's why black is trying to stop it by playing f5. But it comes to a cost of opening the e file, by the way. That's maybe something what was not ideal for black because the e6 potentially could be a weakness on the pawn.
Yeah. It's really tricky, this bishop
tricky,
g5,
yes.
bishop d2. Yeah, provoking of some weaknesses, essentially forcing black's hand to play f5. And also I think e4, it makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, still, from the very, very beginning, this entire sequence, white wants to play the king side. So white has the center. Black's bishop on c8 is not doing anything, and typically white ignores the pawn on c4 so that he can go for this king side attack. And that's why this entire sequence of what the Vietnamese grandmaster was doing, bishop d2, e4, makes perfect sense. Knights, bishop c3. Okay, bishop c3. That's interesting. Not knight c3. Bishop c3 captures. Okay, I suppose you don't take on d5. Yeah, I'm going to take on d2. I'm going to collect the pawn on d5.
Yes, d6, but
Yeah, it's 2 pawns already. Yeah, d6, queen d6, knight e2. It's already 2 pawns for black. It feels a lot.
yes, it's too much. You don't give up 2 pawns just like that. So after bishop takes,
Yeah, he took it, and took it. All right, this is interesting because now black has a very powerful knight on d5. It cannot be bothered. There's no c4 because the black pawn on c4 makes it impossible to cap on. And knight g5. This is the last move we saw played by the Vietnamese grandmaster. Why not immediately queen e4? I quite don't follow.
I think you don't normally want to take the pawn immediately once it's captured because there could be ideas of knight d to f6 targeting the queen.
I'm not sure. Like knight f6, I play queen e2. I want to hit the pawn on c4. If the pawn is gone, I play c4. I remove the queen. And I think I'm just rock and rolling here, really. So I'm not sure. Let's say queen e4, knight f6, queen e2, you play something like b5? Probably.
I just don't like all the pawns on the queen side.
I think this is pretty interesting. I think also there's sometimes this idea, again, pardon me, the viewers, I'm not exactly sure about the move order, but sometimes there's this idea of maybe not include, but hit the pawn on b5, and then also threat it with knight c4 at the right moment. So this pawn is actually pretty difficult to defend. Yeah, actually quite difficult to defend. You
Yes,
play b4.
if you play b4, you lose the c4.
Right. But I think actually this entire sequence of knight e5, bishop b7, rook b1 could be played even immediately. You hit a pawn, and then you want to take at some point, as I already said, knight c4, and after b4 there's queen c4, and white has the better pawn structure. It's a bit mystery to me why queen e4 was not played by the Vietnamese player. He played knight g5, and I think the first question here, Angelica, you're probably wondering, like, first, second, why not e3? Yeah, e3, hits the knight on g5. F takes on e3, collect the knight on g5, black wins, no?
But there is one small detail, little detail on c2.
Minor issue.
Minor issue. Yeah, I mean, this queen, yeah, looking all the way to the king.
Yeah, so don't try this at home. This is not really good. So that's why knight g5, I think Limle's idea was that he wants to take on e4 with the queen, and immediately somehow hit the pawn on h7. And let's say if black would play h6, he would think that after knight e4, the knight is feeling great. But to be honest,
But there is always like some e5 break, yeah? Always something. e5, there is always b5 break.
e5 break, or maybe
b5.
b6, bishop a6, bishop b7. I'm not sure. Which, you said b5,
b5.
yeah?
I mean, I don't know if it's too early.
No, it's definitely a move.
But you know, I'm just looking at the position already, like it's move number 15, right? Around move number 15. And as far as I know, if white is not capturing the pawn on c4 and not creating some real, like, concrete threats, black already equalized in such positions.
Maybe, yeah.
Can we say that black equalized here already?
I think it's a very complex position. So probably both sides are pretty happy with what they got. I'm not sure if Limle is actually pretty happy about the position.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
I'm a bit confused, to be honest. What is so wrong with queen e4? I quite don't understand, because I think this knight is getting to e5 in some lines, and then after the logical knight f6, you play queen e2, you hit the pawn, and you land the knight on e5. So it just looks so natural. But yeah, I mean, the Vietnamese grandmaster, for some reason, liked this knight g5. In case the viewers you're wondering, was he hoping for e3? Of course not. At this moment, I think that the Vietnamese Grandmaster would be really surprised if Mishra would play e3. Of course, blundering mate in one never happens at this level, especially in classical games. And knight f6 was played by Mishra.
Yeah, very logical move. You remove the bishop, the knight from the 7th rank. You're bringing it to the f6. It's something what knight is always wants to do. And now he's also defending the knight on the d5 in some cases, supporting the knight, also taking under control the pawn on e4, and also preparing for some developing moves with the bishop. I'm not sure actually where you want to develop the bishop. I would rather prefer b7 square to play something like b6 and bishop b7.
Can I speculate a bit?
Yes,
I would like to speculate a bit. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, my first instinct. I think the opening has been a very big success for Mishra. Because there's something about his play. I've noticed, Angelika, throughout the Biel Chess Festival, he's really good at hitting off an attack. He has played already a couple of times. When he is the defender, he's really good. And that was the case when he was playing against Pragg. First round of the classical tournament of the triathlon, Pragg was attacking a piece on g5 and everything. He was just charging towards Mishra. Mishra, all of it was cool. He was using a lot of time. He would calculate everything. And Pragg's attack just evaporated. It was just not there. And also in some other games, I have noticed that Mishra is really good at this. So he is very good at trying to hold on to what he has. And right now, I'm looking at this position, Angelika. I think this is exactly the type of position that Mishra really excels. He feels these positions. And then again, I'm looking from Limle's perspective. I feel he's taking quite a risk here, right? Maybe he doesn't really feel like it because so far in the triathlon, the Vietnamese champion, he has been very careful. You know, he was always very careful with risks, playing solid positions, grinding it out. Like also one of his victories in the classical tournament against Vincent Keimer just perfectly describes how he plays. Just be solid, look for your chances in the 4th hour, capitalize on it, and slowly grind it out. And this is, by the way, how he won the last year's edition as well. You know, always the 6th, 7th hour, always some inaccuracies from the opponent that he would always strike back. And now he goes for this very complex battle against a player who really welcomes it. We'll see, you know, but I really like Mishra's chances here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Arthur, fully. Also referring to the game with the Pragnananda, Mishra was the one who had he was up material. In this case, he's up a pawn. Maybe it also means something that he can just, you know, stabilize the position, at some moment play something like b5, you know, and create some passer on the queen side, and that could be his option to create winning chances for himself.
But it's also not easy, you know. You could also tell, yeah, but what else should indeed Limle do? Because he is in the lead. Yes, it's great. He has a 3-point lead. However, every draw is only 1.5 points. And you just have to give it a try with the white color, sometimes with some risks. So this is what he is doing here, because he also senses that Pragg is gaining on him, right? And who else? Against who he's going to score points, right? You have to score points with white, possibly against one of the least experienced players, the youngest players in the tournament. And he goes for this big strategic battle. We are going to find it out.
Yeah, by the way, in the meantime, we had a poll running on the broadcasting channel, and the question was, what is the best thing to do when the opponent is thinking? Arthur, what's your take on it?
What is the best thing to do to what?
When your opponent is singing.
Oh, you're looking at the poll, yeah?
Yes.
Ah, yeah, we had this amazing poll. So the results were find food, look at the ceiling, walk around, or analyze other boards. Oh, I instantly know what I would do. I would walk around. This is how I categorize all the players. Yeah, the sitters and the walkers. So you are either sitting or you're others walking. I'm always walking. You're probably sitting.
I'm a sitter.
You're the sitter. I'm the walker. You know, and that's why I really love these long walks over the playing venue, look at the other boards. I'm not really sure I would be having conflicted feelings between option number 3, walk around, option number 4, analyze other boards. I would probably combine it, but I just can't help it. I love to walk. Also, I really can relate to one of the Super GMs,
Anish
Peter
Gir?
Swidler.
Ah, okay.
Swidler. No,
okay.
Swidler, definitely Swidler, totally.
All right.
Infamous walker, right? He always walks around, he can never sit. I don't know, somehow it really depends on the player. So the viewers, are you a sitter, are you a walker, right? How do you behave yourself on the board? Are you always sitting there like that 4 or 5 hours straight, not getting up? Or you just can't stand to sit? What do you do?
I mean, I also, of course, stand up and I walk around sometimes, but really rarely. So I mostly focus on the game. I mean, it's, as many thoughts as I have, I'm trying to gather it. And actually, I almost never analyze other boards, unless, for example, those are my friends playing or some interesting, for example, first board matchup. Then I'm looking there. But like just random boards, I'm not really analyzing.
I'm always doing it. It's probably a very bad habit. You know, I'm always very interested.
You're tiring your mind with that.
No.
No?
No, I'm just getting better.
Really?
I think so, yeah. I look at the other games, so sometimes I have interesting ideas. Maybe sometimes I would like to do myself in my other games. Because for me, at least in the very beginning, okay, maybe this particular game, Limley against Mishra, is an exception. You know, you don't need to be like totally 100% in the game. You have to calculate lines, or feel the thing, the flow, whatever. But very often, there's an opening that you know really well. And your opponent is thinking, you know everything about this opening, so that's why you're pretty bored. You walk, you look at other games, and only fully concentrate something like in the third hour. It's wrong, I know.
But I recall the game you mentioned where you played because you saw something on the other board.
Yes, don't do that. it's a bad idea. All right. So this is the current position after knight x on e4. Limley is ready to trade the knights. I think that black should be happy to trade it. The big question is what happens about pawn on c4. Because again, if white is able to capture the pawn on c4, and I think right now the Vietnamese grandmaster wants to do it, he needs this pawn, so that he can push c4 and push away this annoying knight from t5, then he's doing great. But how about Mishra? I think he's going to kindly reject this idea. So I think he can already take on e4. Let's say bishop e4 is played, protect the pawn. And if you try to hit the pawn with something like queen a2, how about I just keep it? It's mine.
Yes, I mean, and the huge question is, I mean, are those A and B pawns passers or like potentially could be a weakness? Like once you take it and, for example, play something like rook b1, trying to target them, is it easy for black to defend them?
Still early to tell, I suppose.
Yes, it's
still early to tell. There's
tough.
most like bishop d7, protect the pawn. And I think at some point, Limley could be already asking the question, where's my compensation? Where's my compensation? Where's my compensation? What do I have for it, right? Because he's supposed to have this attack at the king side. That's why I'm not sure I like this knight trade. Because I feel it favors black. I feel this knight should be on e5. I'm not really sure if Limley shares my feelings right now. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. While he's contemplating about his choices, I think we have to move on to the next game of the Masters tournament, the game we haven't seen for a while. That is the game of Ike Matryoshyan against Pragg. This is also, of course, a very, very important game for the overall standings because it is Pragg who played kings in defense, who is looking for a big fight.
Wow, we have already some huge improvements in to the position we had. We had some knight trades, as I can see, and the pawn on d4 is still standing. So maybe we go a few moves back and check what happened since we left, because it looked like the position is improved for white.
So there was this moment, maybe now I'm going to check a bit more carefully what was the best response. Okay, here we see engine marks, this is a mistake, so knight e4, it felt very natural move. Apparently black could have done something better. So according to the mighty engine, the engine says the best move, can you guess the viewers? This was the move g5.
Wow, and after pawn takes on c6, your point that you're taking on c6.
I'm just killing your ducks with a bishop.
So you basically just trade the knight for a bishop.
Yeah,
okay.
But there's a deeper idea actually. After this g5, bishop g3, now you play knight e4, which supposedly is pretty great. And the main idea, you're probably wondering, why not knight e4 immediately, which is exactly what happened in the game. Because here apparently the Armenian grandmaster had a move, f4.
Oh, and he's stopping the g5.
Right. So this pin remains still there. But I can easily imagine Ike being afraid to go here because you look at this, your king is weak. It's in the center. The center is vulnerable. The pawn on d4 is strong. You miscalculate something and you're gone immediately. Something like, I don't know, some sort of
Yes, at some moment
G5.
G5, yes, exactly.
Exactly,
G5,
yeah.
rook E8, yes.
G5. Here, some sort of, I'm not sure,
Knight
H7,
H7,
Knight G5, etc. You give up the center, you give up a lot of squares. So it's perfectly understandable that Ike here played the normal move, shot castle. And apparently, again, here the best move was G5, bishop G3, stopping F4, and now play Knight E7, Knight C5, and some sort of an F5. With a very interesting, complicated game. Interesting stuff.
Yes, very interesting. I mean, I completely agree. It looks very logical. So this G5 intermezzo in Queen E8 was played in the game. So
Right.
creating more pressure on the E4. Of course, F4 is not anymore an option because you would just drop a pawn on E4.
Also, like you once played Knight H5. Oh, wait, let's say you play Bishop D3. Now I'm thinking about G5 and Knight H. Oh, wait, I could play Knight H5. What I'm talking about? There's no Knight H5.
Oh, Knight H5 is not possible. Maybe you
not
can play
sure.
Bishop G4 and Knight H5. Ah, Bishop G4 and F3. Yeah, you don't want that.
Maybe Knight H5, Knight F4, then G5. Very complex. Very complex game here. So maybe he felt that White is never giving up the actual bishop. And yet it happened.
Oh, Bishop F6. So something which you would not expect normally in such positions, Bishop has been traded for a knight voluntarily.
Yeah, here we have the featured chat as Monochi says, I guess it's fair. Pragg is higher rated and wants to get out of the theory quickly. I'm with you, my friend. Here we had this earlier move A5. I think this was a
Yes.
brilliant idea for one just particular game. He got off that opening. He managed to provoke his opponent to make this move Knight E2, stopping G5, Knight H5. Got him really nice position, but apparently Pragg himself, he was not really ready. What happens if White misplays, and both of them were out of the book quite early.
Yeah, because of this Knight D2, which was apparently not such a great move, but it actually tricked Pragg, right? So maybe it was actually not such a bad idea to play this Knight D4, Knight B5, Knight D2, Knight B5,
Right.
and after E5.
Also, there was this very tempting move, Knight E7. Now that I look at this position, this is a typical idea in the King's Indian defense. Hit a pawn on D4. I'm quite actually surprised he didn't play this.
Now Knight has to go back to F3 because you have to protect the pawn.
Yeah, but wait a second. Now you get to play G5 and G4. You might have, oh wait, the pawn is protected by the queen. I forgot. So you're saying Knight
Ah,
F3.
yes, yes, yes. Because then Knight is jumping to H4. He wants to play G4s.
And then repeat the position. Draw. No?
All right, yeah, but for Pragnananda, draw is not enough. He needs to try to push for a win.
Okay, that would be
Yes,
completely
yeah, of
ridiculous. I
course.
mean, why would you want to do
It would be
something like that?
ridiculous for both of the players because Ike is playing white, Pragg is trying also to be ambitious in this game. Both players are very ambitious, I mean, it looks like.
Okay, whatever. The moment is gone.
The moment is gone, but
Yeah, so here shot castle. Apparently, F4 was a big move. G5 was very important, and here Pragg quite did not understand it, I suppose. Bishop F6, Bishop F6, Bishop D3. And I'm wondering if White's idea, by the way, I have a question to you. Have you studied some, what was this opening, modern Benoni with the pawns on F4, E4, and D5?
I have not studied this pawn structure, but when I play against Benoni, then I go sometimes for ideas to play F4 and push for E5.
Yeah,
So
this
that's
is-
what you're referring to.
I,
Yes.
I just wanted to shine with my expertise here, but
Yes.
maybe you could explain the concept, Angelica. Why F4 and E5 is such a great idea? Like, let's say I play Bishop D7, F4, I don't know, some random B6.
It's very difficult for black to stop it. I mean, once you're putting your pieces, for example, knight goes to F3, rook to E1, and you're pushing for the E5,
You're going
having...
for this idea. I see.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're getting this very strong center.
I see. Yeah, maybe H3, Knight F3.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a nice idea. Bishop G4 stopping this knight trade, and Queen E2, Rook E1, push E5. I was more wondering about this typical Benoni idea, E5, D takes, and F5.
Ah, you mean this one.
Yeah,
All right.
it's probably really bad, as the engine says, but sometimes this is really great. For example, if I force you to do a lot of trades, I get a beautiful rook on F5, I get a nice knight on E4, queen F3, and this extra pawn doesn't matter. So I'm not really sure if this was the case here, and maybe Pragg was not as well, because he played bishop G7 just in case.
Yeah, but for sure there is some disadvantage in black's position due to the location of the pawn on d4, because normally the pawn would be on e5, stopping all this f4, e5, or f4, f5 ideas. But in this case, actually, it's welcoming white, basically. Please, you can play f4, you can try to push for e5, you can try to push for f5. How would actually black stop it?
I think Ike is going to welcome this welcome, and I think he's going to meet it with f4.
Yes.
So after f4, f5, okay, maybe here e5 doesn't quite make any sense, but I could easily imagine some other moves. How about I just play simple chess?
Yes, actually, queen f3 looks
Rook
very
e1,
nice.
I want to play e5. It's very easy. Yeah, it's very easy. So f takes, I'm not going to trade queens.
Maybe knight takes.
Knight takes or bishop takes, I don't know what is better. Maybe knight takes.
Yeah, knight takes feels better.
Rook
yes.
e1, maybe g4, maybe h4, maybe remove the knight, build up a battery of the queen and the bishop, get to the pawn on g6. You get the point? Right?
And huge
it's getting
question-
really dangerous.
A huge question, what bishop is doing actually on g7? It's just looking on the d4 pawn, which, okay, we can say d4 pawn might be a bit annoying, but actually it's doing nothing there on d4. And it can be taken actually at some moment by white.
Yeah, I also agree with who was, I think that's Botis, like we said in the live feature chat, that for Pragg it's either now or never. I agree. I completely agree with you. Because again, the tournament situation in the overall rankings just demands him to do something. He's already 5 points behind the tournament leader. Here we see once again. So he has 19 points, 5 points behind Limle. And if he draws this game, and let's say Limle wins, it's already over for him. Yeah, so he can't really do this. So he has to give it a try. And Pragg, I believe it was in the Blitz tournament interview, Angelica, where he
Yes.
said he was not quite happy about his performance, obviously. Not only the fans, but Pragg himself
Yes.
in the first place. That's why he gave it a good try in the Blitz. He is a big fighter. He wants to fight. He wants to give it a shot for the first place. So for him, it's either everything or nothing here. And the moment, while it looked really nice after the opening, I still prefer Ike's position.
Yeah, he even said that I felt like I'm not actually worse to play in such a field. So that with his play, which he performed, he said that simply he felt like he's not even it's not possible for him to play in such field, and he's happy to strike back, of course, and now he has to use this chance in the 3 following games in the final stage to try to climb up. That's why we see his opening choice is completely different. He's going for a Queen's Indian, King's Indian, sorry, and he's trying to go for some interesting lines, but in this case, pawn on d4, I mean, I'm not so sure. It's a huge favor for Pragg.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because we talked about this dark swept bishop on g7 earlier in the opening. The dark swept bishop has the potential to become a monster. You know, maybe there could be even a paradoxical moment when black could make his move, and the move would be, I give up the pawn on d4.
Yes.
You have it. You have it. Take the pawn away. You know, I want it to be gone so that my bishop is active, and you can't do it, obviously. So
F4 is on the board, by the way.
challenge accepted. That's what I told you. Challenge accepted, and here white is going for a king's attack, and on top of the idea, Angelique, of this queen f3, rook e1, e5 ideas, maybe there's even f5. Push immediately, shutting off the bishop on c8 from the game, going for a king's attack. The pawn on d4 for black really restricts the activity of the dark swept bishop. So I think here Pragg already has to play f5. The position opens up, and white's advantage should solidify. And let me tell you one thing, Angelica, about these close positions where engine gives you a small advantage. So for example, let's say you have a closed position, you're playing King's Indian defense, and for example, the engine in a closed position gives you, okay, in a computer language, 0.7. So what does it mean? It means nothing, basically. The position is closed, there's a lot of maneuvers, and typically engines, they say, you have an advantage because of the space, but it's really difficult to capitalize on it. it's different when the position is more open, like if black here plays f4, f5, because then the game becomes very concrete, and this advantage matters more.
Actually, one more point is that in the typical King's Indian position, let's say if this pawn on d4 was on e5, then this f4 would not be possible at all. So this is like some extra option for Ike. And
I mean, then white wouldn't just play f4 at all.
Yes, and then White would not play it. This is f4 very important now.
Fairly said. So, all right, after f4, I think here Pragg is not very happy what's happening, and also look at the clock situation. He's down half an hour. And just to refresh your memory, dear viewers.
No, 1 hour.
Half an hour.
58 minutes.
Half an hour. Down half an hour.
You mean down half? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, yes.
Compared,
Okay.
I should have said,
Yes,
compared to
all right.
Matryoshyan, he's down half an hour compared to Matryoshyan's clock. And this is move 17. So this means he needs to make, okay, this is still plenty of time, of course, about 1 hour for the remaining 23 moves, but the position is really complex, and there's no increment. We already saw this a couple of times in this tournament. The first game that jumps to my mind, the viewers, is the game of Vaishali, last round of the classical segment of the triathlon, playing against Salem. They essentially had to make a couple of moves of something like 6 or 7 seconds each. So that was very, very intense. So there's a fair chance that this scenario might once again repeat at some point.
Yeah, we had so many games where the last final moves were so important, like 40th move especially. And those moves, those were the moves actually players made their final blunders with, and either it was bailed out by the opponent or they were losing a game like Pragg did against Vincent Keimer with his rook d7. We will never know, but I think maybe it's time for us to move to the final game we have not checked for some time.
Salem versus Vaishali. Bring it on.
The only game in the challengers for today.
Otherwise, the only game of the day, because Alexander Donchenko has no opponent, because Jonas Bjerre, who was 4th player in the Challengers tournament, he was eliminated just because he doesn't have enough points in overall rankings to try to become the winner of the tournament. That's why, according to the tournament regulations, number 4 player, Jonas Bjerre from Denmark, the top-seeded player in the Challengers from the very beginning, he was eliminated, and this means every single round in the Challengers tournament, somebody is going to have a rest day.
Yes, and there is a huge drama right now for Vaishali and for Donchenko. They have to score 2 wins to try to fight for the first place, because if there will be any draw played, they're basically out, and Salem is winning the tournament. So it's very important that for Salem, draw is already enough. And I think also this bitter experience for Vaishali in her last game of the classical portion against Salem, where she had completely winning position.
She is going to remember it. She is going to remember. You know, Angelika, how it goes. Usually those memories, they come back at the worst moment. You just can't help it. And the game was so close. She already had it. She just needed to make like one move, like one check, to make sure she would reach move 40. She would get 1 hour on the clock. She would figure it out. She had like an extra pawn. The king was safe, etc. She didn't have the time. She blitzed it out, and then essentially she blundered that her opponent, Salem, what we're talking about the previous game they played in the previous section, is that he was threatening with a mate, and Indian player simply had no choice to make this perpetual check, and now this is going to hurt her in the overall rankings. I mean, of course, she's still doing great, right? Before the start of the tournament, Angelika, who was really predicting that Vaishali, the only female player in the Challengers tournament, she will be fighting for the win in the triathlon? It would be very, very difficult to predict, right? Because there were so strong players like Salem, like Alexander Donchenko, like the top-seeded player Jonas Bjerre, World Junior Champion Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, all over 2600. And it was Vaishali who was beating all of them, one after another.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy to spectate, like winning 3 games in a row in the classical portion. And not only that she's a female player, but she is actually, according to the rating, the lowest player in the field. I mean, that was absolutely a huge surprise and absolutely spectacular performance by Vaishali.
All right, let's now jump back to the game and see what happened here. A couple of moves have been played. Earlier, we philosophized what might be both players' options. So White wants to trade as many pieces as he can. Why? because this is a nice little pawn on d5. What you want to do, you want to put a beautiful blockade on d4, then somehow in the long run try to trade off some pieces and capitalize on the weakness on d5. And black at the same time, well, black wants to start a kingside attack, and very often it involves the Daxwa bishop together with a queen forming a powerful battery on b8 or c7 and queen on d6, and you can probably already sense it's very difficult for black to do because the white knight on b5, it is so annoying.
It's very annoying, and at some moment there could be knight coming to d4. But of course, Salem is not rushing because nothing can hit the knight from b5 since the pawn is already on a5. There is no a6 anymore. And now actually white can maybe try to finish the development, bringing some rook to d1. Let's say queen c2, rook d1.
Yeah, but maybe let's check first the last
that's
moves.
what happened.
Yeah, let's see first and then focus on what's at hand here. So rook e8 should castle bishop g4. This is where we left it. h3. Yeah, this is a big move. I'm pretty sure, Angelica, that Salem didn't make this move lightly. Because with the move h3, you are always not very sure, is this really such a great move? Okay, maybe somebody's going to disagree. I mean, what are you talking about? h3 is such a normal move, window for the king, etc., extra tempi. Actually, no. It's not so simple, because imagine this scenario where, once again, black is able somehow put a bishop on c7 and queen on d6. So let's say I remove the knight from d5. Let me just show you some scenario, which probably makes no sense. Let's say knight e4, bishop b6, whatever. b3, bishop b7, here, queen d6. There we go. So I suddenly threaten with some bishop f3 or knight e4, bishop f3 made ideas here on h2. So you could easily imagine, wait, what about g3? And now you see, in some scenarios, the pawn should be standing here on h2, not on h3. And this immediately gives black some tactical resources. I'm talking about ideas like rook e3, f takes on e3, queen g3. And this was not possible before, because the pawn was standing on h2. The same applies for moves like knight e4, trading on f2, trading on g3. As you can see, the pawn on g3 doesn't have enough support. Yes, of course, the viewers, I see, of course, there's the move knight b5, but that's why I tell you, this is just an idea that for Salem, making this move h3, he really had to make sure that in the long run, this move is not going to hurt his chances, because he perfectly understands what Vaishali wants to do.
Yes, he understands it, and he for sure also knows that he's one tempo ahead in this position. So again, it's like a Queen's Gambit accepted with extra tempo, reversed with extra tempo for white. So we see after h3, did she remove the bishop to h5?
But there's actually a huge move just played by Vaishali, just as I was talking about all of these philosophical ideas. Bishop d2 was played here by Salem Saleh. Knight e4 was played by Vaishali. Beautiful move. I mean, normally my rule of thumb is if you can occupy central square by your pieces, do it. It's a great square. It's going to do a lot of good things. So if you want to position your pieces in the center, your opponent is not resisting it, do it. It's also one of the downsides of having this knight on b5. Again, you see, it's always very tricky. The knight on b5 takes care of these two squares, not allowing black to form the battery, but it also weakens the control of the center. That's why it's so tricky. The knight on c3 doesn't apply pressure against the squares on e4 and d5. Vaishali immediately uses this, and now look at this, Angelica. How about this move?
Wow, knight takes f2. I mean, she already had a similar idea. Yeah, she took with the rook on f7 against Donchenko when she played in the classical portion. So another sacrifice we are having, I mean, absolutely spectacular. Even though computer is saying it's not a good move, I mean, I feel like it's a move which is destabilizing position of white and creating such a huge mess where white has to be very precise.
So materially wise, black just sacrificed two minor pieces for the rook and two pawns.
Not yet.
She's going to take it. I think there's nothing that white can do about it. The rook is gone.
But
so,
maybe she can play also bishop f3 and queen h4.
No, I mean, I'm talking about the big picture. So at least.
Yes, at least.
At least.
Okay.
At least she's going to take an f2. So at least she has the rook and two pawns versus the two minor pieces. And materially wise, you can debate it. Is it equal? Is it not equal? Doesn't really matter. It's within the half a pawn. And that's why everything matters what else is happening on the board, how active are the pieces. And I suspect that engines, for some reason, like this position because white has a lot of activity here. Yeah, so these pieces, the bishop on c3 is a beast. It's staring at the pawn on g7. The knight on b5 is really nice. It's about to go to d4. But you're right. This bishop takes on f3 idea is huge. And maybe indeed Vaishali is not going to immediately rush with bishop takes on f2, but she's thinking about this bishop takes on f3, adding more fuel to the position with queen h4, and then let this thing explode.
Yes, because there is a huge problem right now for white. King cannot move, so if king goes somewhere to f1, still rook cannot move, and if king goes to the h1, the rook is just going to hang. So that's why this pin is still there, it's still standing and still annoying. And maybe one of the moves white could play to get rid of the pin is something like bishop d2, but do you really want to play passive here? I'm not so sure.
I'm not sure. I think if I'm playing with white, I want to get the clarity on the board ASAP, immediately.
Yes.
I want you to take on f2. Even though it's a rook, your bishop on e3 is strong. I want it to be gone so that I get a clarity. So I'm thinking, can I play knight e4? Can I get more defense? There you go, the bar immediately drops. You know, it's not really so obvious why this is not so great. Maybe there's some queen b6 ideas, applying more pressure. Maybe there's some captures immediately on d4 or on f3 and queen h4. But what Salem wants to do here, he wants to get something like this. Knight e4, do some trades, force black to take it, get it here, and maybe in some scenario, for example, get a knight on d4, trade, and trade. This is what he wants. This is a clarity. He has two minor pieces for the rook and two pawns, and it's a very easy position to play. The bishop is going to go here, the knight is going to go there, queen on d3, rook f1, and then those two minor pieces in the long run, they should dominate the rook, in theory. But how to get there?
Yeah, and meanwhile, black, Vaishali, wants to complex the position, wants to keep it complex, not to trade the pieces, to keep the pressure on the king side, to keep this attack going. So that's why it's like a clash of someone who wants the clarity and someone who wants it as complex as possible. And of course, according to the standings, the situation with the standings we have right now, it's actually a perfect solution for Vaishali. It's either yes, she still has chances to fight for the first place, or no.
Of course, she cannot drop lower than the third place. Yeah, because Biel has been eliminated, which is also great for her, because this means she can risk, she can try her chances, she can play the bank if she even wants, right? Try to unbalance the position and then force the opponents, try to calculate very, very insane and difficult lines. And if she loses, well, then she loses, right? So then she's maybe in the worst case finishing in the third place, really great tournament, but why don't she give a true try to win the tournament? And also for Salem, this is a bit bad news, right? Because you're playing with white, you want to be in charge, you want to be in control, and your opponent is just throwing pieces at you. It's also a big psychological battle.
Yeah, Artur, you know, one thing I adore is the body language of Vaishali. She just sacrificed a piece. She's going to take a rook, she's going to sacrifice two pieces for a rook, and she just keeps her normal body language, just focus, just play chess.
I can literally even hear how Salem is calculating right now. He's a brilliant calculator. And a couple of times we had him here with us in the studio, he would just go through these absolutely mind-boggling complications. I still very clearly remember, Angelika, his analysis of the game against Simonenkov. It just seemed like a normal game, nothing spectacular, but he was just showing so many incredible lines, piece sacrifice, rook sacrifice, everything. Brilliant mind indeed, and he would always come up with some refutations from the black's perspective. So right now he's doing a lot of heavy lifting, trying to calculate, how do I get out of this? I don't think he feels in danger. I don't think so. But he definitely senses that this is the critical moment where he should focus.
And he has to be very precise right now. From this moment on, he has to be very precise and take care of all the initiative which Vaishali is going to build on.
And while he's trying to calculate, you know, I think this is also a perfect opportunity for us to take the break, because essentially what has happened here in this Challengers game, Vaishali just declared a war against the tournament leader. She wants to take him down, and it is the Emirati Grandmaster who has to figure out what to do. Also, the other games are really exciting. Pragg and in the Masters tournament, he feels he has to try his chances against Matviosyan. I think he's in trouble. Is he going to get it out from this? We're going to see. Limble against Mishra, absolutely crazy game. You're going to have to follow it out of the break. The action is only heating up. This is the 57th International Biel Chess Festival, and we'll be back after the break. Things are getting really interesting here in the Biel Chess Festival as we're entering the final stage, game one of one of the most interesting tournaments all over the world, the triathlons, both the Masters and Challengers here in the Biel Congress Center. By the way, that is Eric Frozen once again, the famous YouTuber playing in the Congress Center main venue. There's a lot of tournaments running in the background. Not only it's the Masters and Challengers Triathlon, which has officially reached the final stage. 5 players out of 12, those who were invited to the closed tournaments, they have been eliminated, and this is the current standings, both the Masters and Challengers. So in the Masters, Lim Le, the 2-time winner of the triathlon, the Grandmaster from Vietnam, the head coach of Webster University, he once again is all about business, trying to score a hat trick. He is leading 3 points over Ike Matriasyan, who right now is battling against Pragg. And a very, very tense game where the Indian player is trying to overtake the game, trying to catch up with the leader, Lim Le. And Mishra, of course, the youngest Grandmaster in the history of chess, is also within the contention. And Angelika, Salem Saleh in the Challengers. This is essentially a one-man show.
Exactly. If he's managing to get at least one draw, so at least if today he's actually playing a draw, he's going to be already a winner of the Challenger section of the Grandmaster Triathlon. It's really exciting which actions he put on the board in the Blitz stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon. But today, all he needed to draw, and he can go home already with the title.
And before we left for a break, Vaishali decided to declare the war to the tournament leader because she sacrificed the knight on f2, then followed by bishop e3, as you're seeing on the middle of the board. There's a lot of craziness, a lot of uncertainty surrounding this game, so I think it's going to be very, very tense for the tournament leader to try to retain his lead, because I think he suspects he's doing well. But so far in the tournament, Angelika, I think that Vaishali has been the giant slayer. She has defeated a lot of higher rated opponents, and she's here all about business.
And in classical portion, actually, she was the one who was winning against Salem in her last round of the classical portion. She had absolutely winning position, but on the final move before the time control, she made a huge blunder, which led to a draw. So this is for sure a huge chance for the Indian Grandmaster to strike back, to win that game, and maybe try to fight for the first place.
Ooh, and what is happening in the game of Lim Le against Mishra? I do see a queen sacrifice happening on the board. Ooh. I suppose that's the game we're immediately heading. That's the top left corner. This game is definitely not boring, and both of the queens are under attack. How did that happen?
Yes, both queens were under attack on c2 and f6. Let's immediately jump in there and check how did it actually happen, because we left the position was actually pretty normal. But now we see that the bishop is attacking the queen, the other one was attacking the queen on c2. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, and queen d2 already was played by Lim Le, but I think we are going to step back for a moment to have a better understanding what happened there. Oh no, my queen! Essentially, that was the moment here, but no, apparently it was not really great idea for white to accept the queen on f6, but first let's see what happened. I think we left it here. Yes. This maneuver, Angelika, when we're wondering if queen e4 was better. Here the Vietnamese Grandmaster played knight g5, threatening to play knight e4 or queen e4, followed by knight f6. I'm not sure what happened here. You know, I had an extra thought. Maybe Lim Le from afar thought he can take with the bishop. Try to hit opponent h6. I quite don't buy it still. With the idea that after knight e4, queen e4,
you create some weaknesses, maybe some h6
something,
or g6.
Yeah, an h6.
H6 is a...
H6 would be terrible. Actually, I think pretty recently there was a blunder. I think it was in one of the Tata Tuesdays tournaments where Hikaru Nakamura didn't checkmate Magnus Carlsen.
Oh.
I think it was very similar. Yeah, h6, queen h7. Okay, yes. This happens very rarely, maybe in blitz games, but never, ever in classical chess. That's why here knight e4 was played, and e5. Engine marks as a mistake, but Abhimanyu's choice is pretty logical. He wants to bring his Latko bishop to life.
Yes, and also the e6 pawn is potentially a weakness, so he has to get rid of it, trading for one of the central pawns. And if he manages to trade the pawn for the d pawn, there could be a potential break on b5, and then there are even more pawns on the queen side for the young American Grandmaster.
Yeah, now I got really curious. So what was the continuation of what he should have done, at least according to our
almighty friend.
almighty friend. Yes. Okay, knight e4.
All right, but
So, makes sense.
bishop e4, we were actually discussing this position.
And h6. But even here, look at this, bishop c1. And now it gets very unclear. So the bishop gets to a3. I suppose you play b5 to meet bishop a3 with b4. This part at least I understand. So takes and takes. Now I play bishop a3. You see I'm attacking the queen and the
But
rook.
so after b4, there is bishop b4.
That's a fair point. There might be bishop b4. And that's why I'm going to immediately simply follow the engine. You know?
Because knight b4.
No, just sacrifice the exchange.
sacrifice.
Very easy. Easy exchange sacrifice. Two strong pawns. Put the knight on d5. Put the queen somewhere on c7. These pawns are bad news for white.
I agree.
Yeah, so do
I cannot. I cannot make a question to an engine.
Yeah, so this is what the engine would say here, and somehow, oh, now e takes on d5 is bishop b4, by the way.
Yes.
And somehow, this position would lead where black is slightly better. Still, of course, not winning. Now the engine already says it's equal. So apparently, this entire sequence, Mishra was not sure. So once again, knight e4, bishop e4, h6, bishop c1, bishop a3. Maybe he calculated these lines b5, b4. And that's like we had Abhimanyu here a couple of times with us in the broadcast studio. And despite his young age, I was very impressed how precise he is with his calculations. He has a very mature mind. He's only 15 years old. And several years ago, of course, he made big news all over the world, becoming the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, beating Sergei Karyakin's record that stood for 19 years. Now Abhimanyu is the youngest grandmaster ever, and he accomplished this at 12 years, 4 months, and 25 days. I'm going to remember this forever, you know, it just sticks to the memory.
This is amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing, and he has matured ever since really well and working very hard. And he said that he's working on chess. He said to me in one of the post-game interviews, he's working on chess 10 hours a day. 10 hours! Which is 10 hours more than what I'm working on chess. I don't have time for that. But it's very, very impressive. And all of these super talents all over the world, they're often sharing their numbers, how much they work on chess. I very clearly remember also the Iranian player Maksudlu.
Yes,
he would also work on
Pragg.
chess like 10 hours something, or maybe more even.
Yeah, he said actually that he works almost like 15 hours or something
Oh,
like
oh my
this.
goodness.
But then once he got married, he said he works on chess 10 hours a day, so a little bit less. Only 10 hours.
I remember this. All right.
Yeah, but absolutely also impressive performance by Abhimanyu here at the Biel Chess Festival in the classical portion, classical stage. I mean, he was beating the top grandmasters, being the last in the field. So he was going the same as Vaishali in challengers. They were those once underdogs, if you can call them underdogs, and they were actually winning one round after each. And in the blitz portion, he didn't have such a great result, but overall, we are playing now classical chess in the final stage, so he still has a huge chances.
Of course, yeah, and this is also an excellent opportunity for him because his opponent Lim Le is taking chances, he's taking risks, because also Lim Le cannot really be peaceful or make a lot of draws, because every single draw in the tournament gives you only 1.5 points. Every victory is 4. Do the math. You score a lot of draws. Your direct competitors score victories. You're going to lose your lead. There you go. That's why here this complex game was Lim Le's intention. And after e5, still feels very human. We missed a couple of moves.
Yeah.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5 immediately pinning the knight, not allowing knight e4 take any longer, unless black wants to weaken with something like h6.
Yeah, and I suppose e takes on d4 is risky, because white can take rook d4, and there's some dynamics. Yeah, this extra pawn on c4 quite doesn't feel so important, and white is going to play rook e1, white is going to play some knight f6 ideas. The bishop on g2 is really nice, so in general, I like white.
I agree.
And that's why here bishop f5 was played, counter-attack, which was leading to some complications. So the point is, Black is already threatening in some lines to play e takes on d4 and hit the knight on e4. I'm not really sure. Maybe here Lemles had something better, like d takes on e5. But I suppose after d takes on e5, queen e5, the pressure against on e4 is mounting pretty seriously. So you don't want to do that. And that's why after knight takes on f6, now you see, oh, the bishop on f5 is under attack. So it feels to be dangerous. And no, Abhimanyu saw this and he sacrificed the queen. How about that?
Yeah, he played queen f6, absolutely unnatural move he would never play, but in this particular scenario it works because the white's queen is also under attack, yeah, and that's why. Let's try to go through the lines where, let's say, white accepts the queen.
Yeah, let's take it. Of course, the queen is under attack. The first thing we want to check, can I take it? There's the problem. Bishop takes on c2 is a big problem. The white rook on d1 is under attack, and also the bishop on f6 is under attack. So, if you play something like rook c1, I suppose black is simply going to collect the bishop on f6. Something like takes. Okay, the bar disagrees, but takes, and black is still up a pawn. So in the best case scenario, white only wins back the pawn on c4, just to get the equal position. So there might be something better. After rook c1, I'm not entirely sure. I see a lot of threats. The pawn on c3.
Bishop a4, by the way, actually. Bishop a4, bishop e5.
Oh, bishop a4.
So if you want, you can take the pawn on e5, maybe.
And then you take it. And then you take on e5, I play bishop b3.
Yeah, then just bishop back, and then the pawns are marching.
That's a very nice idea. I didn't see this. Bishop a4 is a big game changer. Yeah, and that's why I suppose white going to take on f6, and he had to play queen d2. Now the queen is on d2, protecting the bishop on g5, so the queen has to go away. And after queen e6, d takes on e5 is the only move. Aha, I think I understand it, because if you play something like rook e1...
Yeah, rook e1 looks natural.
Yeah, there's e4. And this is a beautiful blockade. Look at this.
It's absolutely beautiful setup against the bishop pair, right? White is having bishop pair, but it looks like it's very restricted. Both bishops don't really play.
I mean, I would love to get the bishop on e5, but it's very slow. Something like bishop f4, probably there's some tactical problems. Not entirely sure what there might be. I was thinking some trade and discovered attack, but maybe there's nothing. But maybe just play b5. Yeah, just ignore it.
Now b5 looks nice, yes.
Yeah, bishop e5, b4, takes. Yeah, this looks pretty dangerous. You win back the pawn. But what about black's queenside pawns? The bishop in e5 is nice. What about these pawns that are about to become queens?
That's very
Supported by the knight.
dangerous.
Yes, this is a monster now. Look at this. This knight on d5 supported those pawns. They're just breezing forward.
Yes, I mean, of course, this is something what white has to avoid. I mean, there is no way white would accept that. So that's why this pawn on c3 is actually very important. Yeah, that pawn on c3 is staying there, stopping those pawns, and that's why this d takes on e5 happened, trying to eliminate that pawn on e5, which potentially could bring some damage.
Right. Yeah, now the knight on d5 is under attack, so I think black can already take on e5. I see no problems with that. And I would think that after bishop d5, I don't see anything better for white, to be honest. The pawn on c3 is under attack in some lines. Okay, maybe not immediately. There's going to be intermezzo check on d5, and black would lose the queen. But bishop d3, bishop d3, by the way, is a big idea. So you would take it, and you would grab it, and I suppose this is somehow equal. Obstacle the bishops, 3 pawns against 2 at the queen side and the king side, so this is somehow fizzling out. But is this all forced?
I'm not sure that it's forced, but what do you do after queen e5? Yeah, it's attacking the pawn on
do I take
c3.
queen e5?
That's actually a question, yeah. But if you don't take, there could be some f4 moves, or it's too dangerous to open up.
So first question is, how should black deal with bishop d5? I mean, if you're happy with a draw, just take on e5. And this brings the question, is Abhimanyu happy with a draw?
Not really. I mean, according to the standings, he's not happy. But according to the rating, he is happy. So like there are two sides of it. What about bishop d3 in this position?
I was just wondering about it. So bishop d3 protects the knight on d5. And if white wants to protect the pawn, it's either your f4 that you mentioned or rook e1. What I'm afraid is that f4 shutouts the bishop on g5 from the game. So something like h6. Here, maybe
There,
g5?
and there is also some queen g4, knight f4 ideas at some moment.
Here. Oh, yeah. It's also a move like knight f4, rook f4,
Yes,
g5
huge
ideas.
sacrifices.
Yeah, but I somehow saw this fancy
Yes,
idea,
g5.
g5, queen e5, and I thought I can do something
Yes.
here, some knight c3 idea, knight e2, it's a complete mess.
I was just a bit afraid to open up the king, but you're right. I mean, this idea is huge, yeah?
I don't know, maybe, yeah, sometimes. But I mean, sometimes this might be huge, but I mean, this entire sequence of the four, it just feels so dangerous. So dangerous. This bishop on g5 is so out of the game. I think I wanted to have it here on f2, not on g5.
Yes.
And that's
you
why
just want to somehow find a way to transpose it there, but there it's not possible.
How about rook e1?
Okay, rook e1 is
It's a safer
it's a
move, no?
move, but
And I still go here. I hit your bishop. You go here.
you have to go back. And now, if after queen e5 there is bishop c5,
Yeah, I wanted to take on c3, which was my dream. Takes it, you collect exchange, and I have two pawns, but there's bishop d5.
yeah, there is this beautiful intermezzo. And then the queen is not protected anymore, and black is just losing a queen. Very sad.
So after bishop c5, maybe black has to sacrifice the exchange, but for what, really? Yeah, this is not so clear. So maybe h6, bishop e3 gives nothing. And I think Abhimanyu is somewhere here. Wait, he just played a move? He played bishop d3. There you go.
He played our move,
What does it mean?
that we are smart.
No, we're definitely smart. I think, are we qualified? I think we're pretty qualified. No, but I think it also answers the question what Abhimanyu wants to do. He wants to fight. Because he could have just taken on e5. There's nothing wrong with it. And I remember what he said to me after his second round victory in the classical tournament against Sam Shanklin, who's, by the way, coaching him, as I understand, right?
Yes.
So Abhimanyu said that Sam was, shuffling the pieces here and there and trying to provoke him to do something. And at some point in the second time control, the more experienced grandmaster offered him a draw. And the position seemed to be maybe balanced, maybe already slightly better for Abhimanyu. And he said no. And his reasoning was, I feel I'm better here. I feel I have the chances. But this is a very important mindset for the viewers, for the players, because sometimes when you envision yourself, I'm playing against tournament leader, I'm playing against a higher rated opponent, I'm playing with black. Is draw a great result?
I mean, objectively, yes.
Yeah,
But
it's a great result. I'm playing with black against a strong guy. So I get a draw in the game. I'm doing really great. And then sometimes it's difficult when you get suddenly unexpected chances with black. It's difficult to change the mindset, But that's why Abhimanyu is so special.
Yes.
He senses he has opportunities. He doesn't even pay attention to the color of the game. Is it white or black? He just senses I'm doing great. I'm going to push it on.
yes, he's for sure the one who is pushing on, no matter who is sitting in front of him. I mean, he has beaten Pragg in the first round. He had the victory against Sam Shanklin in a very complex game which he had. He scored otherwise very nice draws in all the rest of the games, but I mean, it was just remarkable how he played, even though he is the one who is, first of all, younger, and second of all, he has also lower rating, lower strength according to the rating. But he was the one who was pushing, who was finding these ideas and winning these games.
How long do you think Abhimanyu's record of being the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess is going to hold? Your speculation.
Maybe 10 years?
You think?
You
Yeah,
don't
I'm not
agree?
sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, especially nowadays, this gap, this speed, how quickly the super talents are becoming, grandmasters becoming smaller and smaller and smaller, and it essentially has to do with the rapid explosion of chess popularity. If you look at the numbers of grandmasters, it's just exploding. The number of competitive players from India also is just exploding. We have a lot of resources. There's the chessable courses. We didn't have it like 20 years ago when I was growing up. There was no chessable. There were no content on YouTube. There were no courses. There were no videos.
There was no
nothing.
YouTube.
There's no YouTube. There's no chess tempo. There was no chess.com. There was no leeches. There was no nothing. There was nothing.
There were just ICC and
ICC was
a
the
cup
best
of
we had.
coffee.
Yeah, that was the ICC and play chess. Yeah, that was the
Yes.
best we had. And nowadays, the players are getting a lot of resources, the abilities to get coached online by some of the best coaches all over the world. And that's why also this age, when they're becoming really competitive, is decreasing and decreasing all the time. And also, by the way, there's huge news right now that just recently the younger Argentinian international master, he was maybe FM at the time, Faustino Oro, made big news that he broke, I think it was Abimanyu's
Yes.
record of the youngest international master. So you're saying that maybe Abimanyu's record is going to hold for 10 years? Maybe it's going to be only like one. I'm not really
one,
sure.
yes.
We'll see. But it's very remarkable how they're getting so strong so quickly.
Yes, but of course, also there has been some changes. Yes, in the FIDE, how you obtain the title, how do you get the norm? Actually, that happened after Abimanyu's performance, after he scored his norms playing the closed tournament in Hungary. FIDE said, okay, closed tournament is great, but you need also one open tournament. You need to score at least one Grandmaster norm in the open tournament. So that's why, this changed. So maybe that's why it's becoming more difficult right now for young players to obtain the title of Grandmaster.
Indeed, there's been a change, so we'll see how it will affect their ambitions. In the meantime, Rookie 1 has been played by Vietnamese Grandmaster. He has to protect the pawn on e5, and I'm not exactly sure what Abimanyu is going to do here. Is he planning to expand on the queen side with b5? Feels a bit risky, because after b5, the knight on d5 kind of loses support by the bishop here. But again, the game is very concrete. And I suspect that White has some issues with his Daxu bishop. So Lim Le would love to position it somewhere on c5, maybe on d6. And here for Mishra, he has to figure out all of these details. First, how do I stop White's plan? Second, what is my own plan? I think the answer to the second question is pretty obvious. Push forward the queens and pawns to see what happens. And what he's thinking about his choices, let's move on to yet another game, because we still have to follow what is happening in the game of Ike Matriosyan versus Pragg, the second game of the Masters final stage.
Yes, another very exciting match. I mean, I absolutely love today's round. We see on all boards there is some fight. So always the players are looking for a fight, not hiding from a fight. In the first game, we're just seeing Liam played this very nice, idea of trying to clarify the position. Abimanyu said, no, I want to play and keep the fight on. We see in the game of Ike Martirosyan against Pragg, the both players are ready for a fight. In the game of Salem against Vaishali, there is a huge material imbalances. I mean, I absolutely love this.
Oh, look at that. Queen b6, by the way, is on the board there as well. Yeah, this is fascinating stuff. Maybe let's change order. Let's first go to Vaishali's game, because I'm curious. I said we are going to go to Ike Martirosyan against Pragg. Maybe let's first go to Salem Salek against Vaishali, because I do see this Queen b6, and I'm trying to understand what does it change.
I mean, this is actually changing a lot. I mean, we see there is a huge pressure on the f2 rook. But actually, how did he protect? He played Queen f1, if I see it correctly.
We'll step back.
Yes, let's step
We'll
one
step
more
back for a moment.
Yes.
Rook f2. So, in case, Dave Yosh, you missed it.
Yes.
What happened here a couple of months ago? Here, Vaishali decided to go all in, as they say, sacrifice a piece. She needs the victory with the black color, because if Saleh makes a draw, he's the champion of challengers. It's really that simple. So he needs only one draw out of the remaining two games. And by the way, he plays both games with white color. So he plays today against Vaishali, he has white, and then I believe tomorrow he has rest day, and after that he plays against Donchenko, again with a white color. So only one draw, he tries to be solid, Vaishali says, no sir, I'm going to sacrifice pieces.
Yes, I think it's absolutely, of course, shocking and very challenging for Salem because this is actually what he didn't want. He wanted some clear play, some not complex position, but Vaishali says, no, we're going to fight it all today on this board, and we're going to decide, are you going to become a winner, or I will just stop you? Because Vaishali wants to stop Salem.
She wants. She has nothing to lose. In the worst case, she finishes in the third place because the fourth player in the triathlon overall rankings, Biel, has been eliminated. So we already know the top three. We just do not know in which order they will finish. So queen f1, queen b6. I love this move. Applying pressure against the rook on f2. Also, white's going to go away with a king because then the rook on f2 is simply lost. So you're sitting here from the white's perspective and you're wondering, how do I get rid of this pin? Any candidate moves?
Some bishop d2 I'm considering, or bishop e1 trying to unpin and moving the king away. But do you really unpin?
No, I don't like bishop e1 at all. It just feels not right. I'm a bit afraid. To position my pieces so passively. Might be still a move to consider because it's a very concrete move. Yeah, king h1.
Yes,
and the funny part is the rook is still not moving.
Yes, it's true. That's a huge problem, right? The rook is still not moving. There is a huge, huge activity of the pieces for black. That's why it's very difficult for white to stabilize this position. After queen b6, maybe bishop d2, for example. Bishop d2, I'm challenging your bishop. I want to trade. Oh, wait. I'm blundering.
You're blundering.
Yes, bishop takes, knight takes, and bishop is hanging on e2.
This is a very nice line.
Yes.
You're going to take on e2, the queen on b6 is spinning the king.
Very instructive, yes.
Very nice, so you're going to do that. I assume also knight e4 for some reason is failing. I'm not sure why. By the way, the bar says knight e4 is playable, but there's so many captures, like knight e4, like bishop d4, like bishop takes f3. There's some intermezzo moves. If the king goes away, the rook is hanging. Knight e4 is a very difficult move to make. Maybe it actually works.
All right, let's try to calculate. What happens if we take on d4 with the knight? So knight d4. But then simply bishop d4, actually.
I kind of don't understand myself why I'm even playing knight d4. I want to get the knight on c2 or knight f5, but I'm not attacking anything. Yeah, so I just wanted to bring the knight closer to the defense, that's it, but I quite even don't understand myself the move. So you said knight
d4, yes. So knight takes d4, I would assume. Bishop takes e2.
Yeah, it's very tricky. So many captures. Bishop e2 or bishop d4, yeah. Or
it feels like bishop e2 takes.
And if you take it, I'm pretty happy. You see now there's no rook e2 because queen on b6 is hanging.
Yeah.
But there could be some problems, like after knight e2, there could be some d4.
And there is also d3.
Yeah, exactly, d3. This is, I just don't like it. I just don't like it at all.
No,
I don't want to look
D3,
at this.
D2, yes, D3,
yeah,
D2.
D3, knight c3,
D2.
D2, bishop d2, bishop d2, or maybe there's even something better. It just doesn't feel right. And especially competitive players, they really have good relationship with their intuition. That's what I always say to my students: make friends with your intuition. Make friends. You listen to your intuition, and only then do you start to calculate, because your intuition is all of your subconscious knowledge. Everything you have learned, everything you have seen, everything you have read, it's somewhere there, deep inside, and it just produces the results that you cannot explain.
Exactly. That's why in this position, we're having huge question for white what to do. And rook d1, we see already computer doesn't like this move. It's attacking the pawn on d5, but it's not solving the issue of the rook on f2. And the spin is still happening. The spin is still in the position.
This is dangerous for white. I think Salem understands this. He is not happy. I can guarantee you this. He's not happy how this game is proceeding. Okay, maybe somebody who knows him a bit better is going to say, no, he's very happy about this position. He really likes challenge, etc. I'm not so sure. because he was like really confident before the start of the final stage. He's playing two whites. He has a huge lead of 7 points in the overall rankings. He only needs a draw. He plays with white. So he's like, okay, I'm going to play from position of strength. I'm going to try to be solid. In case of draw, okay, fine. But of course, I'm not going to be, purely play for a draw. And then, boom, knight f2, bishop e3, etc. And the game is very complex. It's very difficult to remain calm here.
Yes, he's not calm at all. I mean, also looking at him right now at the board, he is fully focused right now at the position, trying to calculate all the moves. Rook d1 has been played. He's targeting the d5, but is it enough? I mean, of course, you have to solve the issue of the rook on the f2, but how do you do it?
Now, I think he's not even targeting the pawn on d5. I think he is somehow getting to the d4 square. So maybe one of the ideas what he actually wants to stop is this d4, d3 idea somewhere. So this rook d1 is like a generic move,
Just prophylactic
Yeah,
move,
it's a developing move. I mean, you develop a piece, you're controlling d4 square and some bishop d4 ideas, whatnot, but there's one problem. It is very slow. It doesn't solve the problem of the rook on f2. It doesn't solve the problem that white cannot get rid of the pin in the coming moves. Of course, I realize I'm philosophizing too much here, and I'm not giving you yet any concrete solutions, but it just shows that it was not easy for Salem here to pick up the best move, which maybe I'm not going to check what it was. What was the best move for white?
What was the best move for knight? For white?
Knight d6.
Okay, actually I was looking at this move, but so the idea to bring the knight to f5, so knight d6, rook moves, and then knight f5. Is this the idea?
And if I go some rook e6, you play
Knight
knight f5, hit the bishop. Okay, this part makes sense.
So similar to this knight d4 idea we already had, knight d4, knight c2, but this one is with a tempo, which it seems like a logical one.
Okay, there's also knight g7. Wow.
Okay, but this is
very
very
complex.
tough to calculate what is actually happening there.
Like, I'm just showing the lines of the engine. It's very easy to follow them. What they're saying just shows the complexities of these lines. Bishop f3, king f3, d4, collect on g7, white slightly better. Somehow knight f5, d takes, b takes.
Okay, is it easy? I mean, it's not easy at all.
I mean, knight e6 is a difficult move. Because the knight never goes there. That's why, one of the things I also learned to understand from the highest level of chess is that even the best players, they tend to miss unusual moves. They tend to miss unusual solutions. And typically in this position, the knight never goes to d6. You put the knight on b5. The idea is to land it on d4, pure and simple. Land the knight on d4. So knight e6 is some very concrete solution, but you might argue, this position required a very concrete solution, and you hit the rook on e8, you try to play knight f5. I can only assume that he didn't see this move at all.
That's a fair point, that this is a dynamic position, and it requires concrete moves here. But we see with the move rook d1, what white wanted to stop is a d4, and knight d6 is a move basically in completely different direction, right? You're jumping with the knight to f5, but do you actually stop d4 in some lines?
Yes, and once again, it just really reminds me this scenario. I think we already brought this up once during the broadcast. One of the World Championship matches, Magnus Carlsen against Vishy Anand, World Championship match, game number 6. Again, pardon me, I don't remember, year 2013 or 14, because they played 2 matches in a row. There was this crazy moment when Magnus played the beautiful game against Anand's Khan Sicilian. Anand played the rather dubious line. Magnus played a really great game. And at some point, Magnus was supposed to play either king d2, or he was supposed to play king d1, and he chose the other continuation. And this move gave the opportunity for the opponent to come up with a very nice tactical resource. But there's the problem. It was not there before. So it's very difficult. The human brain is not coded like that. It's very difficult for you to notice moves that were not there before. So that's why I look at this position right now. So the knight is on b5, the black queen is on d8, and you're sitting here from white. You're wondering, oh, I have this pin, right? I have the rook pinned on f2. I should get rid of it. So I should play something like king h1. I should play something like rook d1, bishop d4, knight e4, etc. So that's your thought process. And suddenly your opponent plays queen b6. Are you still thinking, right? I should play rook d1, I should play knight e4, I should play king h1, etc. And sometimes it is very difficult for the human brain, at least for the chess player, to adjust and find moves that were not before. Because you see now the d6 square is available. The black queen on d8 no longer protects it. It's very difficult. That's what I'm saying.
And rook d1 has been played logical move. Rook d1, you're stopping the d4 pawn, but you're not solving the issue of the rook on f2. You're not playing concrete in this position. And such dynamic position requires concrete solutions, which, as we see, Engine is already confirming that now black is not in trouble anymore. But what is actually a continuation here for black? So what could be a potential idea? I'm just looking at the position. It looks so complex. I'm just looking for the candidate move.
Probably
so
some very concrete move. Something very concrete. And when we talk about concrete moves, I suppose we have to check the forcing moves first. And the forcing moves that yours captures, checks, threats, or maybe it's the other way. Captures, threats, checks. Okay, always mix it up. So, taking f2 is not good. Why? There's no follow-up.
Yes.
Queen f2, king f2, this is exactly what white wants. Simplify the position, give up the exchange, have two minor pieces for the rook and two pawns, and then dominate the position, because white has really nicely positioned minor pieces. So, okay, we can assume not bishop f2. How about bishop f3?
Bishop f3, if you take with a bishop, you push d4, and now it's not possible to take on d4 because there are simply
too many pieces.
Yeah, there are too many pieces defending it, so you cannot really capture.
That's why I eliminated the knight so that I can push d4. Actually, Bar agrees with me.
So maybe bishop cannot take on, but if bishop cannot take on f3, then...
Wait. I think we are not there yet. We have to look at this position a bit further.
Yes.
What happens if I go here? Oh, this is the problem.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. This is a problem of knight on b5. It has to be protected by the bishop.
So the big idea, I kind of guessed it. So the big idea is the knight on b5 lacks support. So taking on f3, if you take with the bishop, now the knight on b5 loses support. And d4 is a very thematic idea. You attach more pieces or pawns to the attack. And now you want to take on f2. By the way, can I take on f2 immediately? Maybe I'm just... Maybe I could just take on f2 immediately, no? I just realized.
Yes, and after queen f2, you're just taking on b5, and you're actually up in exchange. But there is a pawn hanging on d5. Wait a second. Bishop d5.
There's bishop d5, rook d5, so these bishops are getting monsters. And there's queen g3, there's queen f7, bishop f7 ideas, there's all kinds of tactics. Actually, this feels very dangerous for black. Black is up at exchange in a pawn, but look at those monstrous bishops.
No, I think d4 is necessary, yes, in that position. We first push d4, we attack the bishop, and then we take on f2.
But it is so easy to take on f2.
It's very easy,
you're winning a piece. Let's take it. It's so easy to stop the calculations right there. So I'm here, takes, queen b5, I'm winning, hooray. Because I'm up an exchange, up a pawn, and everything is great. I have no weaknesses except
the life is great.
White is dominating here. It's very interesting how chess works.
So if d4 is played, what happens after bishop e1?
So bishop d2 takes. This is the difference. There's no bishop d5, no rook d5.
Yes. And if bishop e1?
It just looks ugly.
I know, but it's protecting.
And your point is bishop f2 is bishop f2, yes?
Yes. I want to protect on f2. But actually, again, there is no threat. The pin is still there. So there is no threat for black.
Can I just throw the pieces in the center, like something like...
Yes, you can.
Knight e5?
Knight e5 is a great move. I love it.
I'm just threatening some d3 or knight f3 moves. Let's say you walk away from the pin. I suppose I take the rook now. You have to take with the bishop because the queen is protecting the knight. Now I kill the bishop.
Pawn takes.
Actually, this line feels very human. Now that I'm looking at this.
And now the problem is the pawn on d4 is hanging. Yeah, you cannot really protect it.
Yeah, but even if I give it up, I think it's about level. So the position is pretty open. Also, one of the things when it comes to, it's a very, very big concept. A rook and a pawn versus two minor pieces, who is better? And most of the people there are going to raise their hands. Of course, two minor pieces. Oh, of course, always. I'm not sure.
It depends.
It really depends. It really depends how active are those pieces, because sometimes you have those positions where the position is open and two rooks that open fast, they're much better than the minor pieces. It can happen. Okay, here maybe this is not the case, because if somehow white is able to trade the queens, put the bishop on c3 and put the knight on d4, white will never ever lose this game, never ever. Because he's simply too solid, I would say simply better in this position. But it's very far to get there, because you see the white king is weak, and for white to trade the queens essentially is wishful thinking. You want to trade the queens, black is going to say no to that.
Yeah, black will not allow trade
We'll
of the
see.
queens.
We'll see. So Vaishali is thinking, bishop f3 is definitely one of the candidate moves, but there could be more.
And look at the time, by the way, by both players. We have right now move number, I believe, 17, and both players are already down. Salem with 45 minutes, while Vaishali is having 39 minutes on the clock. A lot of time they have invested in the opening because of this very interesting sacrifice.
Can I push d4 immediately? Does it change anything? Probably, because I have not eliminated the knight.
Yeah, because now knight b takes on d4, and then after bishop f3, you have knight f3 always. You need to take that knight on f3.
Yeah, but even this is not so clear. I could play most like rook d8. Yeah, I see the bar hates it, but you also can understand it from the black's perspective, because Vaishali has no access to the bar.
But now knight f5, actually.
Knight f5. I have a feeling you're blundering something there. No, you're not blundering anything.
Same idea as knight d6.
Somehow everything is barely holding on for white. And if I take it now, okay, bar says white's completely
Bishop
winning.
can take now because there is no knight on b5. Bishop takes. And bishop takes everything. And there is no
Final
rook
attempt.
e1. Rook
Final
e1.
And that's bishop e1.
Hopefully,
Oh, no.
hopefully to blunder.
It just
Yeah?
reminded this game of Jonas Bolbier against Marc Adrien Maurizio, where the Frenchman was holding on for most of the game. He was down a piece, and the final attempt he sacrificed the queen, made sure that his opponent, maybe if he does notice that he wins the queen, something I've never really seen in classical chess, but okay, good try.
Yes, it was a good try for the.
All right, so this is not going to happen. Maybe there's other moves like bishop f3, maybe there's something else like a rook d8, but rook d8 feels very human as well. Rook d8, threat on d4, threat on d3.
Yes. Rook d8 is very human, but it's not concrete, it's not dynamic, yeah? So we had this bishop f3 idea.
I think actually this line is quite forcing. So what was it?
This is very
bishop f3, d4, this probably loses.
Bishop e1.
Bishop e1. Also, Vaishali has to calculate what happens here, by the way. Okay, she's going to feel it's risky, but you have to make sure that she's not winning on the spot. It's one of the prime moves to take an f2. But okay, d4, bishop e1. You have to calculate, do I have anything here? Knight e5 is highly intuitive move. I go here. This entire sequence, how easy is it, Angelica?
It's very forcing. This is very, very much forcing line. Like we have take, almost every move is a take or it's a threat. So it's pretty easy to eliminate most of the moves and go for this line. So I think that she sees these lines. And now she's trying to figure out what is the move. Is this bishop takes f3 really enough for her?
This is a big choice.
Find something else?
This, Angelica, is a very big choice. I feel that also Vaishali understands that right now the fate of the game, maybe the fate of the entire tournament, is decided right here, because this is the critical moment. And good chess players have received proper education, chess education, that when you feel this is a critical moment of the game, you invest time. And that's precisely what Vaishali is doing, and that's That's why precisely we are going to move to the final game we haven't yet seen, Ike Matriasyan against Pragg and the second game of the Masters tournament, where things are heating up very quickly.
Oh, I see that there was some f5 break happened on the board. So
There's an
many...
exchange missing.
Wait.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yes, we missed something.
Ike sacrificed an exchange. Oh my God, we have so many sacrifices right now. In all of the games, there is something ongoing.
All right, let's check it.
Let's go back.
We left it here.
F4 happened. We were happy. We were happy that it's happening.
Indeed. After F4, we were wondering if black should play F5. Pragg felt that this is dangerous, and we already showed some lines why this is dangerous, like F4, F5, Queen F3, F takes, Knight E4, Rook E1, tickle the pawn on G6. I love this term, tickle the pawn on G6. So, okay, it didn't happen, but not Queen F3. This was not a choice of the Armenian #1 grandmaster. He played Queen C2, and that's the move I do not like.
I mean, it's logical move, but you want queen on the king side.
I felt it, yeah. You want the queen on the queen side, on the king side, Queen F3. So it's like, I want to bring my rook on E1. I have everything positioned here for a proper attack. And most likely, black would play something like C6, and I don't know. I want to play rook E1. I want to take on D5. I want to E5. I want to block suffer. I want to do all kinds of things. So, for example, you play rook C8. We discussed this idea a bit earlier. I want to play E5. I want to play F5. The bar disagrees, but you have to pardon me. This is a typical idea from the modern Benoni, and just trade off everything, land the knight on E4, and have some fun. It feels logical. And now look at this. He plays Queen C2, and after C6, this is not the same, is it now?
Now there is some potential of opening file on this C file, and queen on C2 can be some target.
Right. So rook E1 was played, C takes, and E takes on D5. I see.
You see where we are heading, yeah?
Yes, so he chose a different idea. So, okay, now I understand. So Ike played Queen C2 with a completely different idea. I thought he's going to keep the central pawns here so that he can push E5 and F5. But Ike had a different idea. So he wants to keep the queen side closed. And that's why Queen on C2 now kind of makes sense, because he opens up this battery of the queen and the bishop, and he's doing something here with some F5 ideas, with Knight E4 ideas. Not that I look at this, it makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense, because now actually you have this bishop opened already. The diagonal is open. You don't have to play E5. You can play straight F5. But you have to calculate, do you really want to give up that bishop, or you sacrifice a rook? And of course, we know the answer already.
Right, yeah, so jumping a bit ahead of what happened. So Queen C8 was played. I think what here black wants to play F5. So let's say I do some, again, ridiculous move, something like whatever, H3. I think, I might be wrong. Black wants to play F5, and now you see...
Cemento.
Yeah, there's nothing, you know? Every single square is kind of contested by black. And, okay, rook E7 is the only move. Then you go back, you go home, after bishop F6. The knight on F3, what does it do? I mean, there's no squares of penetration. Maybe there's something like G4 at some point, but I think this F5 is the reason why the Armenian grandmaster, he played Knight E4. Oh, sorry, here. He played Knight E4, hitting the pawn. There's no time for F5. And now, since black wants to play F5, he said, I'm going to do it to you what you want to do to me. So he played F5.
I have a question. Why not F5 immediately? So instead of Knight E4, why couldn't he go for F5 straight away? So for example, if bishop takes, rook takes, you can try to look at the lines, what happens.
Yeah, fair point.
So bishop takes with the same idea, yeah? Rook takes. No, rook.
Oh, you want to sacrifice exchange?
I mean, he wanted sacrifice and exchange, so we...
You think? I thought he just wanted to stop F5.
No,
okay, fine.
But in the game it was a rook sacrifice.
I'm not sure he wants sacrifice the exchange just because he can. But all right. Bishop F5, queen somewhere.
Yeah, queen H5 actually, yes, good. Queen C5, sorry.
Yeah.
And now there is actually a threat of d3.
I'm not so sure this is so clear, because rook e8, king f8, there's never a mate. I mean, you would love to swap the bishop with the queen. Like put the queen on f5, like make a castle.
Yes, make a castle of them.
Diagonal castle, queen f5, bishop on c2, e castle. There's no such
That would
move.
be great.
We could petition to make a change in the FIDE rules. Castle, queen, and the bishop. I mean, why not? Okay, you can't do that, right?
Yes.
So with the idea to checkmate on h7, so it's going to take you forever to trade the places. I don't buy this. I was actually thinking, Angelique, about a simple trade, like here. But now there's no attack.
Maybe rook takes f5.
Yeah, but now there's no attack, right? So black could even play something like b5. And the game is just unclear. Bishop on g7 protects the king. The pawn structure doesn't really matter.
But still, you can put a pressure on the f7 pawn, for example, rook ef1 could be
Sure.
a move.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue, maybe. Yeah, rook f1, something like b takes, and knight c4, and I don't know, rook a7, etc. Maybe
I
I'm
mean,
wondering.
white for sure is more active, let's say like
Maybe.
this. Yes.
I'm not so sure. Maybe. I'm not sure. So he was also not so sure about this entire sequence of pushing f5, but it's a very nice question. Yeah, why Ike obviously didn't consider immediately why he decided that he needs to sacrifice the exchange. And I think he was simply, again, uncertain where this leads. So he felt he needs to stop black's idea of f5. So he played knight e4 here, and now he sacrificed the exchange.
So he wants to sacrifice an exchange so that knight is going on g3 and then capturing the pawn from there.
Right.
Because in the line we saw, the knight was actually very passive on d2.
There you go, rook f5. And how do you think where this idea to hike comes from?
Where?
One of his idols, the former world champion Tigran
course.
Petrosian,
Of course.
was a very famous player who often made those positional exchange sacrifices. So he has played a number of great legendary games where the exchange doesn't really matter. What matters is the piece activity. He essentially developed the concept to different heights. And I would imagine that Ike definitely has studied his famous countryman's most notable examples, so he's well aware of these ideas. And now the idea here is white sacrifices the exchange. So he wants to put the knight on f5, play rook f1, and then, as they say, the light square bishop in a direct attack feels like an extra piece.
Yes, and
This is
also,
nice.
also there are sometimes even jumps to h5, so there are many ideas here for white.
So what was played was f4. Makes perfect sense. The pawn is under attack, you defend it. f4,
Yes.
knight f5, rook e8. Of course, Pragg wants to trade pieces. And of course,
Ike is saying
doesn't
no. Rook f1 is a very logical move. So just removing the rook and potentially introducing it to the king side. And rook e5 is played by Pragg, targeting the knight, preparing the rook, doubling on the e file, and maybe the trade of the rooks on the e1.
in the worst case, Pragg can always take on f5. I love this move. It's a great move. I'm not so sure that white is really doing so great here, because I totally support the concept. I like it. You know, I like the concept is that he sacrificed the exchange, following some of the ideas of his famous countryman, former world champion Tigran Petrosian. The knight at f5 feels beautiful. Rook at f1 stands great. But at some point, you're feeling like, what do I have for it? What do I have for the exchange? You know, I think that Ike also now is quite pressed to show what he has for it. Okay, maybe there's something like rook takes on f4. But you're right, Angelique, this rook e8, rook e1 is quite something.
Yes, I mean, for sure there is some compensation for it, but there are some direct ideas from black which white has to react on. And I mean, of course, there are some weak light squares, but how do you organize an attack against the king? It's not so easy.
Absolutely not easy. And you know, dear viewers, we're definitely going to come back to these games in a couple of minutes, because I feel this is also a very nice moment for us to make a small break. The action is only heating up here in the first round of the final stage in both Masters and Challengers. We're seeing a lot of action. Ike Matriosian just sacrificed an exchange against Pragg, and this is a crucial game for the overall standings. Also, Salem is battling against Vaishali. Vaishali just sacrificed a piece against him and trying to press really hard to catch up with the tournament leader. In the meantime, Limle against Mishra is super unbalanced game. Who is going to take it down? The tournament leader, Limle, or the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, Mishra? You're going to have to find it out after the break. Hope you are really liking the coverage. We're going to be seeing you shortly after the break. Welcome back, dear viewers. We're following the action from the very first game of the final stage here in the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. The action already is well underway. This is the very first game of the so-called final stage in both Masters and Challengers triathlons. Very unique tournament you have never seen all the world. So me and Angelika, we are definitely at the edge of our seats following some of the unbalanced games so far. All of the three games, both in Challengers and Masters, have been very, very exciting so far. And we are going to delve back into the games in a moment. But Angelika, if I would have to pinpoint you one of the games that immediately you would like to pinpoint, which one would it be?
It's for sure Salem against Vaishali. I mean, it's a game which started pretty normally in some IQP pawn structure, but then Vaishali sacrificed the whole piece. She's keeping a pressure right now. She's putting a huge pressure on Salem. Will he make it with the draw today and becoming number one in Challengers? That's a huge question.
It is definitely not easy for the tournament leader. As you can see right now, he definitely feels a lot of heat. This piece sacrifice that the young Indian star played against him earlier, a couple of months ago, that was quite something, because you see it might have massive implications to the overall rankings. Salem Saleh had a wonderful showing in the Blitz tournament 2 days ago, where he destroyed his opposition with 9 points out of 10 and solidified his lead in overall rankings with 7 points ahead of the second place Alexander Donchenko. So essentially what he really needs from the remaining two games is just one draw. But Vaishali is not going to make it easy for the tournament leader, because the game is really spicy, and right now there are Emirati grandmaster has to show everything he can do. In the meantime, in the Masters, we have slightly more players. It's 4, because all the players are within the 12-point margin. And it's the two-time winner, Lim Le, of the triathlon, who is going to try to make it a hat-trick here once again. He is in a clear lead over Ike Matriasyan. Also, Pragg and Mishra are within the striking distance. But everything can still change rapidly, because what you're seeing on the board, this is absolutely incredible stuff.
We are having exciting action today for the first game at the final stage. We are having exciting action on the left. You can see Lim Le against Abhimanyu Mishra. Very unbalanced position. Abhimanyu Mishra is not making it simple for the tournament leader who wants to get away with the draw. Salem against Vaishali. Again, a draw is enough for Salem, but Vaishali is putting a huge pressure, sacrificing material and just trying to mess up the position as much as she can. And on the right, we can see game of Ike Martirosyan against Pragg. Also a huge fight. We have King's Indian from the start. We have already another exchange sacrifice happening in the position. So huge things are happening. And wait a second, where is the rook already?
It's gone.
So we had another exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
Wow.
about. This exchange sacrifice that Pragg was threatening, it indeed happened. I suppose we're going to check it a bit later, but now the position is more balanced, and I think also pretty safe for Pragg. I'm not sure he really needs to be safe today, because he is trying to fight it and try to score the victory here. But with the obstacle of bishops, I wouldn't really say that this game is heading to a draw. There's a lot of still fight left. And I think that the game we should start with, to continue our analysis, is the game Lim Le against Abhimanyu Mishra. We haven't really seen this game for a while, and there already have been some developments.
I fully agree, Artur. So let's dive into that game and see what has changed. I see the rooks on the F file. Wow, there is some huge pressure on F2. Potentially, White will have to sacrifice the queen for 2 rooks, unless they want to play F5 or F3. F4, F3.
We'll see. We'll see. So maybe let's step back for a moment.
Let's see where we left.
Yeah, where we left it. I think it was here. That was this very crazy opening where the Vietnamese grandmaster sacrificed a pawn. He decided to try to unbalance the game against his young opponent. And remember what we discussed, right? I was not so sure if this is really such a great idea, because so far Lim Le was showing his best part, the best chess, when he was playing solid positional chess. And Mishra actually was feeling pretty well when he was being attacked. He was always able to come up with proper defense. And right now, I think he's also doing a wonderful job. So here, after rook e1, this is where we left it. We didn't see the move rook f7.
Rook f7 has happened, so it's of course the clear intention of playing rook a to f8, doubling on the f file. For some reason, the computer doesn't really like it. Maybe it's not fast enough, but
I'm not
it's
sure.
a
I like it.
completely normal move. Yeah.
Completely normal move. I mean, probably would be one of my top choices because you want to double the rooks, you want to press the pawn on f2, so there's that. Okay, maybe we can check, you know, what our mighty beast was suggesting here. Rook f to b8.
All right. So that's one of those positions where you have two opportunities to play on the queen side or to do something on the king side where the opponent is stronger. And particularly in this case, computer is saying you just have to push those pawns to the queens.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure, Angelica, how natural move is this if I start to advance my pawns to the king side. You know, for example,
Yes.
okay, I could have played f4, f5 because the pawn is not on g4. So the logic says I play h3 to play g4, f4, f5. Makes perfect sense.
So let's say b5. We're trying to create some passers on the queen side.
Are you happy to open up this file? By the way, okay, engine already says there's some problems. Rook b5? Oh, come on, nobody plays like that. Maybe there's idea like rook b8 or rook b2.
Also rook b3, attacking the pawn on c3.
Right. And if I play now g4, here. Okay, g5. No, this is definitely not easy. This would be a very complex game. And by the way, about here, engine already starting to change its mind. The game is a complete mess. There's h4, there's maybe even f4. At some point, you can give up the bishop on d5 to expose the black king. It's completely understandable that Mishra didn't even go to this direction because, you know, the hardest thing, Angelica, in these positions is you easily see the moves. You know, if I'm playing with black, I'm Mishra, I'm seeing these moves. You know, I'm seeing, okay, maybe rook f to b8 is pretty difficult, but you see the idea to push b5, create pass pawns and whatnot. But the hardest part is to give evaluation. How do you evaluate, you know? That's why, because at this level, you try to calculate these lines. Obviously, you cannot calculate them until a forced checkmate. Nobody can do that. So you try to calculate until the end of forcing line, and then you draw the line, and then you assess. So let's say, for example, this line. You play rook b8, then you try to imagine what my opponent is going to do. For example, h3, b5. Let's imagine he even sees rook b5, g4, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3. You try to assess, you know. Obviously, the line still continues. So looking at this, and I do not understand what is this, right? So it's very hard to understand. Am I gaining from this? Am I complicating the game too much? Because also a very good quality of good chess players is always be in control. You always control what's happening, so you're never being random. You're never tossing a coin. You always try to control what's happening. Okay, some players maybe they're going to disagree and they love mayhem on the board, maybe. But most of the players really like to control what's happening, and that's why this rook f7 is just a very natural move. You know, you just improve the pieces, you get out the rook on f8, you concentrate your pieces at the king side. At the same time, you're kind of hoping that b5 at some point is going to work.
Yeah, and you're also getting ready for attack from white. You're stopping some of the ideas, and exactly that's why the rook on a8 sometimes is a problem because of this bishop on g2, and that's why you cannot play b5. But at some moment in the future, it's possible.
Yeah, b5 is definitely in the cards for the young American grandmasters. So here, Limble played bishop e4. Engine marks as a mistake. Okay, apparently bishop e3 was the move. Yeah, so bishop e3, wait, there's another move. Now I understand. Rook f7 also deals with bishop e3. Look at that. So here in this position, if you play, let's say, for some reason h6, this line we looked at, right?
Yes.
Bishop c5 hits the rook at f8, hits the queen on e5. There's no queen c3 because of bishop takes on d5. Now I understand. So he played rook f7 two ideas in his mind. He wants to double the rooks, and in his mind, there is no bishop e3. Why? Because after bishop e3, black is simply going to collect the pawn on e5. And if there's any bishop c5 ideas, look at this. After queen c3, there's no check.
There is no check anymore, and you are just grabbing 2 pawns after another and having a huge pawns like on the queen side. 4 pawns against 1, that's something what black wants.
Yeah, but the ancient, by the way, even says that this is still okay for white. And I'm sure that the Vietnamese Gramster saw this. He definitely saw this. Bishop e3, bishop d4. He was looking at this position, and most likely he had a question, where's my compensation? You know, what do I do here? Am I really doing great here? For example, black plays queen e6. What do I have for it? Very often you have these questions. Why did I just give up my central pawn on e5? For what? So when you don't see what I have for the pawn, and you can't properly evaluate the position, it's difficult to go there. And that's why he played bishop e4. He's annoyed with his bishop on d3, and he wants it to be gone.
Yes, very logical. I mean, bishop e4 is super logical move because bishop on d3 is very annoying. And now rook a to f8 is followed by the young American grandmaster touching the pawn on f2, yeah, attacking it. And now the question is, how do you stop it? Do you play f3 or f4, or how do you actually stop this threat? If bishop e3 is being played, the bishop on e4 is hanging. You cannot do it. So you have to...
Wait, how do you even defend it?
When you have to push the pawn. That's the problem. You have to always do something with it.
No, but then is something wrong with white's position. Wait a second. So, the first question, what happens if you take on d3?
Rook f2?
So not c takes on d3?
No.
So
I
you
mean,
want
at
sacrifice?
least I think so, yes. And I'm wrong, according.
I suppose you're wrong because of rook e2.
Oh, very nice intermediate.
Not
move.
bishop e2, by the way. Not bishop e2, because bishop e2, this is like 5 minutes before me.
Yes.
And you could defend the queen is, and bishop is really disconnected. You cannot help defend from the mate. So rook e2 is the game changer, which is not maybe that difficult to spot. Okay, it looks nice, rook f2, but you very quickly discard it once you see this.
Yes.
I suppose c takes on d3. Now, how do you deal with the rook f2?
Rook f1 looks logical, but then e5 is falling.
That is correct.
So you have to play f4?
It just feels wrong. It just feels straight wrong. And we looked at this line in some other variations.
Yes.
h6,
And knight g5.
g5. There's definitely something here. There's definitely something here. I don't know. I mean, it just feels like there's so many pieces surrounding the weakened king. The pawn on g5 doesn't matter. The bishop on h4 is disconnected from the game. So I've been looking for, okay, maybe this is not immediately working. The point is, you take, and there might be some check and collect the piece. And by the way, f4 was just played, and white's bar just dropped down to the earth immediately. No, wait, there's something terribly wrong.
So not taking on this 3,
Well,
but
that's position.
first f4. So wait, isn't this the same idea of h6 and g5?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be h6. I mean, this is a very, very tempting idea. h6, g5. Just a second. This is a huge development right here. So I think Lim Le is in a serious danger, possibly, to lose his leadership in overall rankings. Okay, maybe he somehow still keeps it, even if he loses, but it's not going to be the same. So what happens after h6?
h6, bishop has to go away. There is no other move.
This is exactly the same.
This is the same, yes.
So bishop d3, c takes, nothing changes, same idea. g5, rook f2, etc. So h6,
Bishop h4 and
g5. You gotta
You have
take.
to take, otherwise the bishop is gone. Rook f2,
Maybe this is not so obvious. Like,
rook f2.
oh, come on, it's very obvious.
It's
move,
very
right?
obvious. Rook f2 and bishop f. No, you take everything and bishop e5.
Okay, you know, also one of the greatest misunderstandings at many levels of chess, not at the professional chess, but at many levels, mostly club level, is that also many people think that two rooks are always stronger than the queen. We discussed this earlier today, like two minor
Yes.
pieces are always stronger than the rook. Two rooks are always stronger than the queen. The two bishops are always stronger than the rook. Or the queen is always, or the three minor pieces are always stronger than the queen. No. Again, it really depends. What is the situation? You
What
need
is
a
the
context.
position? Yes.
And the king here is in trouble. The bishop on h4 is in trouble. And now I think there's going to be something like bishop e4,
Rook f4
and you say goodbye to your opponent.
Yes, Rook f4, the only move, but then you're just dropping it.
What about knight f4? Just everything falls apart. No, wait, this is just very bad. Very surprising.
Looking at the body language of the players, I'm just seeing that Abhimanyu is he reaching for the move, or no, he was holding his head. He feels there is something.
He definitely feels there's something. I mean, especially when you are tactically, you have a sharp A, you are skilled, and you see these positions. And if he saw this position like in a minute or 2 minutes, I'm sure he saw it like instantly. So maybe there's some lines that are not so obvious. And H6 is on the board. Right now, the tournament leader, Lim Le, is in huge trouble. I'm very surprised the way he played out this game. Somehow his sense of the danger failed him. Where was this moment? This Rook f7, he played 2 mistakes in a row. So he played bishop e4. Did he really miss Rook f8?
Yeah, mistakes come in pairs, yeah?
It's not really such a difficult move. You know, maybe. For some reason, he thought that black is going to take it here, and after rook e4. But even this position doesn't feel great. And the pawn on f2 is under attack. And he just missed it. And look at, by the way, the speed. This f4 was played so quickly. Could it be that he simply didn't notice h6, g5 idea? I'm very, very surprised because this is not Lim Le. The careful player, the methodical player who is always so careful, so methodical with his choices. And that's what I said at the very beginning. I'm not sure that this was really such a great choice for Lim Le because he is very good at slow positional maneuvering, simple, nice positions. He has brilliant mind, brilliant understanding, and he entered this sharp position, sacrificing a pawn, unbalanced game against a player who is very good, at least in this tournament, holding on, finding very concrete solutions. And now his position is just falling apart.
Now Lim is simply in trouble. I mean, Abhimanyu is very dangerous in this kind of positions. Lim is simply not anymore in control of this position. It is actually Abhimanyu who is dictating, I mean, how the position is going to go on. The two rooks are getting ready to enter the f file. How are you stopping this h6, g5 idea? There is no way.
Maybe we're missing something. I mean, okay, we have a huge spoiler, right? We have the evaluation bar, but even without it, this entire sequence of h6, g5, and rook f2, it just feels very natural. Okay, maybe let's check it once again. So we go here. g5. Open up the f file, very, very logical. So you take it. Rook f2. This is not difficult.
You gotta take it.
No, but then you're done. King f2, bishop e4.
Yes.
Okay, maybe instead of bishop, king f2, you
there
play...
is bishop d5.
Ah. But even this position from afar, like c takes, king f2, queen f5 check, h takes. King is weak, obstacle bishops, lots of weaknesses. No, it just feels not right.
Could we go to the current position? Is there an opportunity of f5? Actually, f5 is on the board.
f5. That's what I told. I'm not sure we're seeing everything. Rook takes on f5. Double exclamation move on the board.
Bishop takes.
All right.
So what's going to happen?
Yeah, there's a massive complications here, but also we have a major update in the game of Pragg and Da against Ike Matryoshyan. If we go to the bird's eye view, this game is, although it started very exciting, as you can see at top right corner, Ike Matryoshyan against Pragg and Da. I think it's going to be a draw. I don't see either of the players really having any realistic chances to win. It's only bishops left. It was a very interesting struggle.
Yeah, opposite colored bishops, and we see that there is no extra pawn for any players. So we jump back to the game. Let's go back. Let's see what is happening. Bishop takes the rook. So now what do you do? How do you capture?
Take with the rook, take with the queen. All of these moves look logical. So apparently it's a very weird moment. I can only conclude that Lim Le simply did not see g5. It's very strange. He simply didn't see this idea of g5 at all. And you don't play this position because there's no control. Your position just looks terrible. Rook takes on f5 is a very easy move. Okay, here the engine says it's a double exclamation. It's a very easy move for this level.
Yes.
Because black is happy to sacrifice the exchange. We already saw a couple of exchange sacrifices today. So I'm pretty sure rook f6 didn't happen. Rook f5. Now there's at least rook e5. At least black has 2 pawns for the exchange, obstacle of bishops. And black is calling the shots. Bishop e3, by the way, was just played.
Yeah, now you can capture a pawn on e5 with a rook. You can take the bishop on e3 if you want, but I guess you don't want.
Maybe he saw this position from afar. Maybe he saw that after rook takes on e5, he's going to play bishop d4, and after the trade, he's doing all right. Although I would still choose black here, to be honest.
Yes, because you can always push those pawns on the queen side. You can
never
always
at
go
risk.
with b5.
Yeah, I would just play queen g6, the king is weak, there's always b5. I feel like I'm never at risk here for black. Maybe somebody's going to disagree, but I love black's position. But apparently there's something better.
Bishop e3 has been played, so maybe it's not a must to take.
Maybe this pawn is not even necessary to be grabbed. What else we can do? Wait, so maybe this was kind of planned for Limley. I have a hard time to believe.
But he must have seen this g5. I mean, there is no way he missed such a move.
I mean, even this position like takes and h6 look really great for black.
Yeah, now f5 actually, not
Again.
anymore in the picture, yeah?
And again.
Again, the same position.
Okay, maybe white doesn't really have to sacrifice the queen. A sacrifice, but trade, yeah, and something like
But
queen.
there is queen h3 always.
Queen h3 always mate. Maybe there's some very concrete moves like rook e2. I'm not sure. Like takes and knight c3.
Yeah, I mean,
This
it's
bishop
just a
h4
mess.
is really
Yeah,
bad.
Yes.
So apparently Mishra had a choice. He could have just taken on d3. He could have just taken on e4 and then played 6g5 or played 6g5 immediately.
Yeah, and after bishop e3, big question, what is the move here?
A very big question. I'm thinking maybe black and somehow start a Kingston attack.
Some rook h5, queen h3?
Yeah, but I don't see the threat.
What if I play rook f3 here? I want to play
Wow.
b6.
Wow, b6? Oh my goodness.
So he wants to stop bishop d4.
Oh my goodness. What a move. I am officially impressed. You know, I mean, in this position,
Yes.
Mishra plays the slow move b6. So the big idea, he wants to play c5. He can afford to play c5 to take care of the d4 square. And he says the pawn on e5 is not going to go anywhere. I can afford to do these things because you can't do nothing about it. I'm not so sure that Limley even saw this move, at least from afar.
No, but this looks like crazy, right? You're playing one move after another, very dynamically, one move after another. You're taking, you're sacrificing an exchange, and then you're playing the slow move. I mean, it's of course not in the rhythm of the game, but it's very important.
What kind of emoji do I give to this?
Star. Okay. You should give a star.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just give him a star.
It's a brilliant move. I just like it. You know, fantastic. So the entire sequence, the entire idea is that apparently rook e5 is not even the best move. Again, the point is you take the pawn on e5, bishop d4, rook e1, rook e1. White is kind of safe. Kind of safe. I still prefer black because black is going to create these passed pawns. But still, I mean, white has a lot of activity here. And this cold move b6.
Yes, just cold-blooded move.
I think Limley is feeling a really cold shower right now because very often when you see such a move, you didn't really expect and you understand how strong it is, you just don't feel well. Because what's your next move? Can you name me a single move? I understand, of course, this is very slow. b6 and c5, which goes, it's just completely contradicting entire philosophy of creating the passed pawn at the queen side. But just make a move.
Don't you feel it's also kind of a mocking move? Like basically he's playing, okay, what can you do? You have the dark squared bishop. The f1 square is protected by the light square bishop on d3. You cannot do anything.
I think what Mishra should have done, he should have just slowly executed move b6 and wear sunglasses. You know? Just such a boss move, really. I love it. I love it. It's a great move. And I just don't see what here Limley is planning to do against the bishop on d3. Because again, look at this. This bishop on d3 is controlling all the critical squares. There's no rook b1. There's no rook f1. You can put the bishop on d4. I'm going to play c5. You're going to play bishop f2. Okay, then what? What's your next move? I mean, you're running out of moves. And this is one of those moments when the bishop on d3 is stronger than the rook. It is stronger.
Than two rooks even.
Than the two rooks. It is dominating these two rooks. They're useless. They're not doing anything. There's no squares. Best case scenario, White comes up with some idea. He plays rook d1, queen c1, and rook d3, but you're probably gonna guess it. It's gonna be very, very slow. Maybe rook a2, rook b2. I think I'm gonna shut the door right here and play c5. The pawn on b6 is protected. At about right now, I think right now Limley realizes, oh my goodness, I'm in trouble. In the meantime, the game of Mishra. Matriasan against Pragg finishes in a draw.
Yeah, I mean, exciting the start of the game, but not such exciting finish with opposite colored bishop endgame for the players. We might see the result now.
Huge game.
Yes,
game
huge
in the makings here. In the meantime, oh, what just happened here let's go to the bird's eye view. There's something happening in the game of Salem against Vaishali.
What
Apparently,
is going
there's
on?
been a blunder.
What has happened?
Maybe let's go full screen. Something just happened there. This is the position. Still feels like a huge mess to me, but apparently the evaluation bar loves it.
Wait,
okay, it's very difficult to jump in and say what just happened here.
I just don't understand. There was a rook for black.
Now it's gone.
There is no rook.
Now it's gone. So what's wrong with take on f2?
Yes, but then you're just down a piece.
I'm going to take on e2.
Bishop d1.
Wait,
No.
wait. She definitely missed something. So if I take it,
Rook takes.
there's rook takes. And if I take with the queen, there's rook takes.
Queen a7 doesn't work. Okay.
So there's something terribly wrong with White's position.
Ah, wait, there is bishop b5 maybe.
What?
No? To threaten a checkmate.
What? So bishop f2. No, it's going to be slow, no? No, it's very
just
slow.
too slow, yes.
Oh my goodness. What is this? Rook d2.
Oh my god.
Rook d2.
Rook d2 is on the board.
Vaishali is just losing a piece. So what we just saw was the end of a very complex line. And that's it. She's just losing a piece on f2. So she miscalculated, apparently. What we're seeing is the final move of a very complex line. Of course, we're going to go back and see whatever happened there, because apparently Vaishali was going for this position, and she was pretty happy about this position, because we're looking at all the captures here. Queen f2 and rook f2, and always the bishop on e2 is under attack. We even tried to make sure bishop d1 work, which was not working because of queen e4. The rook on e4 is under attack. Double
yes.
attack.
Also on e1.
Also on e1. She simply did not see rook d2. And that's it. The bishop on f2 is gone. Wow.
Queen b1 has been played.
Which changes exactly nothing.
Queen
because
takes, or
bishop takes on f2. Salem Salek is going to win it.
Oh my god. Huge,
Huge
huge
result.
blunder.
Now this was
Let's go back. Let's see
go
what
back.
happened.
Let's go back. Let's go back indeed. For we missed a couple of moves here.
Maybe we can go back to the sacrifice.
Yeah, this moment where Vaishali sacrificed a piece. At the bishop c3, knight f2, rook f2, bishop e3, queen f1, queen b6, rook d1. So you see here, apparently, this was the best move. This was the best move by Vaishali. She didn't pick it up because bishop f2, queen f2 was a big mistake. So, because here, queen f2, queen b5, white would be clearly dominating the position with strong bishops, strong queen, rook, queen g3 is incoming, so these bishops are menacing. So Vaishali, at the moment we're seeing on the screen, she's picking up some pawns, but she's down a piece. She's lost. And we left it here. Vaishali played rook d8, which is a very human move. Bishop e1 was a mistake. Now here apparently, again, d4 was the best move that could have given black a very good game. Also, some other moves were there. Instead, Vaishali played queen c5, which is...
she just wants to play queen c2. Just want to put more pressure.
Yeah, but it's a bit strange move, you don't think?
But how else do you improve your
d4.
pieces?
d4, d3.
Okay, yes, d4.
I thought this d4, d3 is why she put the rook on e8, right? Okay, now she plays queen c5, king h1. White runs away from the pin, so the position is still level. Bishop g6, wow. So the rook here is trapped. This is what we didn't see. Knight c7 was a mistake. Oh my goodness. So here...
But what did she play?
So here, Vaishali had a brilliant resource, if we can trust the slow level engine.
Which one?
And if
Knight coming to g3. Oh my god, this is beautiful. This is so cute.
how do you defend from the check on g3? Oh my goodness. And now look at this. All of this is here.
And if king comes to g1, then the queen is trapped.
What is this? How do you call this? Triangle or some sort? Bermuda Triangle. Pieces disappear here. So, king h2.
But then there is check, bishop
Check.
f4.
King goes here.
And queen is trapped, knight
Knight
g3.
g3. How about that? Do you like that?
Oh, smothered mate to the queen. Oh my god.
Wow. So this was actually a huge moment we didn't see. Once again, knight c7, Salem Saleh, I believe he was not even looking in this direction. So he was supposed to play, according to engine here, b4, which is a pretty strange move because nothing is happening the queen side. So once again, in case you missed it, dear viewers, Vaishali missed potentially the move of the tournament, maybe the move of the life so far. Knight e7, hitting the knight. There's no rook c1. It's contested. The knight has to go away. Knight e8, knight f5, and this will seal the deal for black. Okay, at least engines say that after knight e7, white is still alive with the only move, bishop b5. Now, what would be the odds for white to pick up this move?
Yeah, it's not so easy, but you have to remove the rook so that g3 is under control. So after knight f5, there is some rook move, you know, knight f5, and then there is...
There's no rook c2, by the way? So bishop takes on e8, bishop f2, bishop f7, bishop f7, and the position would have been slightly better for black. Obstacle, bishops, extra pawn, white is pretty safe, put the bishop on d4, I suppose white would be quite safe. But imagine this, you're sitting there with white, and you're like, I'm doing great here, and your opponent just plays boss move knight e7. How would you feel here?
This is crazy. I mean, I would be. In the chat, we are having Botis live saying that it's cemetery for chess pieces, what we have there on f1, e1, d1.
This is one of the most beautiful ideas I've ever seen, really, I have to confess, because I have never seen the white pieces being so powerless here. There's a cluster of pieces here that are doing literally nothing. So Vaishali felt something is there, but she didn't find it. She played the human move rook e7. She didn't pick up knight e7. Now b4 followed. 8x on b4, the natural move was a mistake. Apparently, knight takes on b4 was better. Hitting the knight on c7. So 8x on b4 played, 8x on b4, and now queen c2 was simply miscalculation. After knight e5, she simply missed from afar.
This is what we have.
This sequence, there's rook d2.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, such a beautiful line would have been with this knight e7. Huge miss by Indian Grandmaster. I mean, you don't see it every day.
I'm not sure if even he knows. Maybe sometimes it's better not to know. The least you know, the better. Imagine you play the game and you see, oh my goodness, the 97, 95. You're like praying. Your opponent's not going to find it. But I'm not sure he even saw it.
The least you know, the better you can sleep, right?
Very good point. So right now we have a couple of moves on the board. This is the current position. Now it is Salem Select. He knows he's got this. He has the piece. And Vaishali, of course, still continues because white has a piece for 2 pawns, bishop c5. This is the current position, and white is already clearly dominating the position. Maybe there might be some scenario when Vaishali is able to eliminate all of white's pawns. So the kings had only 2 left of them. So maybe there's some chances for a draw, but objectively, I think none.
Yes, unfortunately, she's just down a pawn for not so much. The pawn on b7, I mean, could be potentially a passer, but not really going anywhere anytime soon. So maybe it's a perfect time for us to go back to the game of Limle against
And there's also some
Mishra.
developments. There's also some moves happening.
Happened?
Yes, there's some moves. Because after this move b6, I mean, I think right now the players are really competing who's going to make the coldest move of the tournament so far. I was really impressed by b6. I really wanted to announce that this is the move that the day baby moved at the tournament. And then I saw, well, Vaishali missed 97 out of 5. There you go. There's a better candidate. There's more moves. So rook c1 was played. And c5, engine marks as a missed opportunity.
But it feels very natural move. This is the follow-up after the b6. You don't want to allow bishop d4.
Okay, accidentally I have switched on the engine. Now I'm going to switch it off because I just used it for Vaishali's game because I would never pick up this entire sequence, 97, 95.
We would not have found it.
So can you guess the best move by the engine here?
I mean, I would play rook f3 or something like this.
Yeah, how about king h7?
Okay. Good luck finding it, yeah?
I mean, it's just a good improving move. To play h5, h4, the king is just feeling safer in some lines. It just showcases the powerlessness that white has here. There's no moves. Everything is paralyzed. So Mishra played c5, stopping this bishop d4 move. He's prepping to play rook e5 or queen e5 or whatnot. And now white play queen g2, which apparently is the only move. Rook e5, bishop d2. Black is still doing great. But wait.
But why to take the pawn?
Yeah, that's what puzzles me.
That pawn was, it felt like all pieces of white are restricting them from doing something. For example, pawn on c3 stopping, pawn on a4, I mean, there are no breaks on the queen side. Pawn on e5 blocking the file. You don't want to take that pawn to open it up.
The only conclusion, Angelica, I can come up with is that he was pretty happy with this, but maybe what he could have done is just do nothing at the moment and still play the same king h7. Just improve the position. Bar says somehow it's equal. Maybe it's the g4 move that forced him to change his mind, push away the rook. And some bishop d2 gives some sort of control for white. And Abhimanyu, maybe he was not sure about this. Is this something I want? Maybe he slightly rushed. Okay, we already have the information from the angels that c5 was a bit early.
So
and yeah, this is tricky.
So maybe it was better to keep the pawn on c6, protecting the knight. So that was maybe one of the problems of the c5 move. So if it would come with a tempo on the bishop on d4, maybe it would be a good move. But currently,
it's a tempi.
Yes, it's a tempi. But currently c5 is not a tempo. Maybe that's why it was slight inaccuracy. And knight on d5 is only protected by the queen right now.
So indeed, apparently that was probably the case, and he could have started king's attack, maybe h5, h4, maybe play some slower moves. But also white is kind of threatening to regroup the pieces. Queen g2, bishop d2, although I quite do not see what's going to be the next move. Maybe here black had to like take it slowly, like h5, queen g2, king h7, bishop d2, and g5, and king g6, etc. I'm not really sure. So also for Mishra, it was not so obvious how to continue, and that's why he decided, I'm going to force matters. I'm going to take on e5. Now he has 2 pawns for the exchange. Knight of 6 marks as an accuracy. I don't know why. Maybe there was some bishop e2, stopping the trade.
Crazy move. Wow, bishop d2.
Yeah, but then what? It's quite difficult to understand. I'm going to play rook c2.
What is the follow-up, yeah?
Yeah, rook c2, bishop f4, then what? So it's not so easy move to make. I mean, you see the move, but what do you do after that? So you play knight f6. He wants to fight for the light squares. Rook e5, 1 piece less to worry about for the Vietnamese grandmaster.
Rook e1.
Knight e4, queen f3. Still black is better.
Yeah, of course, because there are 2 open files, but they are not accessible for the rook. So actually 3 open files with the d1, and they're not accessible. d1.
Yeah, you cannot take on d2, by the way. If somebody's getting excited,
yes.
there's a check first.
Yes.
On only 10, take the queen. You cannot do that.
That would be great, yeah, like if rook takes on e5, maybe we could show it. So knight takes d2. So if rook takes, then of course it's an easy way.
I think this would be a worthy addition to the Oh No My Queen playlist. Right. So queen f3, the bar says it's equal. Well, maybe. I think actually this is the kind of position where Mishra would love to have this pawn now on c6. That's why maybe the c6, c5 move that he made earlier was a mistake. Because if the pawn was on c6, he would have got exactly the same position. He could already play b5. Now he can't do it.
I mean, he would be able to play b5, but he has to make sure that the a pawn is going to become a passer, but right now it's not the case. And he's playing queen d5, getting away from the pin, but getting into another pin. So still the queen is pinned, knight d2 is not possible.
I still don't like white's position.
What's the plan?
Yeah, exactly. What's the plan?
Question.
Also, I think there's a threat, knight c3. So let's say you make some random move again. I don't know, h3. I'm going to take on c3.
Yes, and it's a pawn.
It's a pawn, yeah.
It's a pawn.
Queen d5, knight e5, very common trick in these positions, so-called the triangle, the knight goes around, everything is protected. I mean, everything is under attack, and everything is protected at the same time. Sometimes chess is weird.
Yes.
So it works, and bishop c3 obviously will drop the queen. So that's why here, I think the Vietnamese grandmaster has to play something like king g2.
Yes, king g2 or rook e3, something to protect.
But black is still pressing. I could play g5, g4, and you play maybe g4. I'll play h5 with some, wait, no, there's no g4. Yeah, hallucinated. I thought I will have some discovered checks, but I forgot I have a check myself.
Yes. But also simple queen g2 should work, right? Queen g2 just coming back with a queen.
Maybe. No, but this is still very unpleasant for Limle, because even this, let's say you play king g2 or maybe queen g2, just tell me your next 3 moves.
Also, black should tell next 3 moves.
Easy. I mean, I'm going to play king h7, I'm going to play h5, I'm going to play, I don't know, some moves, maybe g5, g4, fight for the light squares. At some point, maybe try to attack the pawn on c3, maybe queen c6, hit the pawn on a5. I have a lot of easy moves. So for white, maybe the only idea I can think of is some sort of...
rook e3, rook f3.
Yeah. I hope I don't blunder nothing.
Just to introduce the rook in the position, yes. That
Because the
could
rook
be.
doesn't go here. Maybe there's this idea. Rook a1, rook a2, rook b2. Try to get to the pawn on b2, by the way.
Yes, possible. But also you have to always make sure that the a4 pawn is not hanging, because there could be always some attack, like queen c6 attacking the a4. So it might be even some kind of repetition, you know, rook a2, protecting the pawn, rook b2, attacking the pawn again.
So right now, Limlet defends against the knight c3 threat, because the queen now is protected. So knight c3 would be a big blunder. Simply bishop c3. The queen is not needing any extra support.
Yes, and rook also joining at some moment the game after maybe queen g2 and rook f3.
All right, action is heating up really here, because you see 6 minutes here for black versus Limlet, 12 minutes. The players are 34, 35 moves. Couple of moves are being played, and right now the play stage is getting the time scramble, and I think we are going to make a very, very short break there, viewers, before the action is going to explode in the time scramble. You already saw some madness happen in the game of Vaishali against Salem Saleh. Also, this game, Abhimanyu Mishra versus Limlet, is only heating up. I think Mishra has a golden chance to score a very important victory. Pragg against Materials already finished in the draw. I hope you liked the coverage. This is 57th International Billiard Chess Festival. We'll be back shortly after the break. And we are back live from Biel following the action from the 57th International Biel Chess Festival Masters and Challengers Triathlon. Today is the first day of the final stage. We have approached the critical moment of the first game because right now the players are getting really close to the time scramble, and also Salem is very, very close to clinch his victory in the Challengers tournament.
Yes, and we are having Vaishali down to 1 minute actually on the clock. Huge change also in the position. Vaishali managed to complicate earlier with the sacrifice of the piece, but then she blundered, unfortunately, and now she's just down a piece for a pawn. She's trying to defend the position, but it's very tough right now.
Yeah, I think it's actually close to impossible here, and you can see 44 seconds for Vaishali. Now she decided not to recapture back the knight on c6. King h7, going for some kind of a desperate counterattack. This is how you're supposed to play. There's some tactical ideas threatening on g2. I think Angelika it's some sort of a queen c1 and rook takes on g2 threat. So move 38, and it is the Emirati Grandmaster who has enough time to figure out what to do.
Yes, he has indeed a lot of time right now, more than 9 minutes on the clock. There are many ideas he can go for, and there is always, I think, a trick or something. Actually, why not? It was not possible to take on c6 a move before.
Because she's down a piece. Yeah, after bishop c6, there's going to be queen b8, trade the queens.
Oh.
This is a very good question, of course. Yeah, so I don't think that Vaishali is interested to trade pieces.
Yes,
when you're doing wars, you try to complicate the game as much as you can. So right now, I believe it is Salem who is going to have to avoid some final traps. He probably suspects that queen c1 and rook takes on g2 is a very, very nice idea because white cannot recapture. This would be a pin. So he needs to figure out how to avoid this.
And maybe also important to mention, we have move 38 right now in the position, so 2 more moves she has to make. So he has 44 seconds, she has to survive somehow this.
Yeah, but the position I think is lost anyway, and now the only question here is that if Salem will be able to navigate in these complex positions. But I see there's also some developments in the game of Limle against Mishra. This game is much less clear, so I suggest we go to that game. Here we see the bird's eye view. Queen trade just happened on the board, where apparently Mishra a couple of moves ago had a very good chance, tried to capitalize on the last mistake of the Vietnamese Grandmaster. Now this is also move 38, and 3 moves for black to make with no increment, only 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock.
Yes, I mean, a huge pressure for Abhimanyu Mishra in this position. He has to be very precise. He's going down to 1 minute right now.
Let's maybe go full screen to see what's going to be the choice of the youngest Grandmaster in the history of chess. He goes g6 right here. Great move trying to activate the king. The white rook on e3 doesn't really do much. The bishop on e1 feels to be a pretty sad piece. I think this is still pretty dangerous unless maybe Limle can escape with a draw. Can he do something like takes, rook e4, bishop g3, bishop c7? I don't think we are going to analyze the position here, just follow the game live. But Limle, despite the fact that he has an extra exchange, he should be very careful, because if the pawn on a4 falls, these pawns are going to march forward with incredible speed.
Yes, and for example, right now, if f takes on g6 happens, it's going to be easy next move for Abhimanyu. For him, it's very important to survive 2 next move. 2 next move is all he has to do to gain an extra hour on the clock, and then he already can see, is he going to play for b5, where he's going to go for it. Right now, for him, the most important is to make 2 precise moves.
Now 6 minutes here for the Vietnamese Grandmaster, 59 seconds for Mishra. The next move I think is pretty easy. I don't think he feels a lot of stress, despite the fact there's no increment, Angelika. Couple of easy moves incoming.
And meanwhile, Vaishali actually had 4 seconds on the clock. I don't know what happened. Maybe we could check quickly.
Yeah, we can.
Did she lose on time, or?
We can do that. Let's maybe check the game. So queen b6, Vaishali's clock has run out, and there you go. There's the apparent either resignation on the board or she lost on time. The position was pretty terrible for her anyway. So I think we can also congratulate Salem Saleh for his amazing performance so far in the Challengers tournament, because he was unstoppable pretty much in all time controls. His very strong performance in the Blitz tournament, 9 points out of 10, essentially sealed the deal in the Challengers tournament.
Absolutely incredible performance by the Emirati Grandmaster. He has also already participated in Biel Chess Festival a couple of years ago in the Masters, in the Grandmaster Triathlon. Now he's picking up the Challengers. Huge congratulations to Salem.
Yeah, here we see the players are discussing the game, and I'm not sure they know that it's 97-95 idea that the Indian star had earlier in the game. We'll see, but very often this is very common. You're seeing all over in many tournaments, not only top tournaments, club level tournaments. Players really like to share the thoughts immediately after the game over the board, just as the emotions are very fresh. Of course, there's a separate analysis room. There you go, there's the official results so far. Here we see 2 of the games already have been over. Salem Saleh 4 points in the Challengers tournament, Vaishali 0 because of the loss. Alexander Donchuk has the rest day today because he has no opponent. Another game, Ike Matryevson against Pragg earlier today finished in a draw. And we have one more game, and I suggest, Angelika, we go to that game live because it's also a very severe time scramble where the Vietnamese Grandmaster has to make a very big decision.
He has to make a huge decision, but actually it's Abhimanyu Mishra who is down 1 minute on the clock for 2 moves, so it's going to be slightly tougher for a young American Grandmaster to find the moves. But what do we see here?
It's very, very shaky situation here. The Vietnamese Grandmaster, he takes on g6 and king takes on g6. I think he needs to find an answer what he's going to do against the idea of king f5, bishop c2, bishop a4. This feels very, very strong, and I suspect rook e4 might be drawing, but you have to calculate these things very precisely. Rook e4, bishop e4, and try to capture those pawns. But as soon as the bishop lands on c7, there's going to be b5 and a4, or you just cannot afford to miscalculate this.
What about bishop h4 right now? Then there is knight c3,
Bishop,
yes.
the pawn on c3 drops as well. You
Oh
cannot
my
do
God,
that.
you cannot do that. How do you proceed? And it's actually very important because it's move number 40 right now, and king g2 is being played.
So king g2 here, the Vietnamese Grandmaster remains cool. I think black already can play king f5, bishop c2. I'm slightly puzzled how this position is equal because I would definitely choose black here.
Can you play bishop c2 immediately? Just
You can.
asking a question.
You can, but then position just repeats with rook e2. You cannot take on a4. The knight on e4 remains under attack, so you have to go back. Maybe it's okay for Mishra because he needs to make the final move 40, and then he's going to get extra 1 hour on the clock. He reaches for the bishop, and bishop c2 is played.
Bishop c2 is played, and right now it's a question what Lim will do. But actually he's already having 1 hour on the clock. Both players achieved the 40th move. They're checking the score sheets to make sure that it's move 40 right now. Abhimanyu is finally standing up. He can walk a little bit, relax, and get ready for the next part of the game.
All right, and while the players now getting the extra time on the clock, of course, we're going to analyze what's happening there in the meantime, but let's maybe now step back a bit and try to understand if there were some better opportunities for both players. And probably all of you saw this moment when after rook e3, king h7, here the Vietnamese Grandmaster didn't play g4 immediately, which still was pretty good, and then threatened to remove the bishop and play queen f5. He played bishop e1 immediately. Now you're probably wondering, where's the problem? Apparently here, if we can trust the engine here, Mishra had a chance to play b5.
b5 here?
Yes, because white's pieces are quite disconnected.
But how is he in time? Okay, so a takes b5 and simply a4?
Is this easy? So if you play queen d1, a3, you push forward. If you play, let's say, queen a4, suddenly black dominates the game.
Oh, queen f1 checkmate is a huge threat.
Yes.
How do you stop it, by the way? There is no way.
You can't. Rook d3, c takes on d3. Now this pawn becomes very strong, and black would just win the game. Queen a3, d2. Maybe there's even some queen f3, queen e2 domination, and this bishop on e1 is a really bad bishop. So that's why this entire sequence of b5, 8x, b5, a4 definitely deserves some attention. Now the question is, how does white stop it? So I suppose bishop d2,
Yes. Bishop
A3?
d2.
rook maybe here, a2, I suppose. Okay, engine also says here some queen e6. I'm not sure I even understand it. A2, rook a1,
Bishop b1.
bishop b1. There's also a queen e6 move, hitting the bishop on d2. Actually, this queen e6 move Angel really likes before here. Instead of, yeah, a3, you go here, and queen e6.
Oh, and now it's a huge threat actually to take on d2 because white would not be in time. Or first to play a2 and then knight d2. Huge
Exactly.
threat.
So queen g2 would be the only response, and a2, rook a1, bishop b1. Black probably is close to winning this.
It would be huge. It would be huge. But
This was apparently missed. I mean, there's so many lines to calculate, especially in time scrum. How about this pawn?
yeah, of course, and that's why maybe the c5 move was not the best one, yeah? Because if you keep the pawn on c6, you can always push for b5.
And I can also go here. And here.
Yeah, but okay, then the bishop is basically out of the play.
And now Angel said, no, this is somehow equal.
How can it be equal?
I
The
don't
bishop
know.
on a1 is not playing at all.
I take it. Oh, not because of rook e4. Because rook e4, this would win. Oh, wait, it wouldn't win black, but there would be
There would be queen b1.
queen b1. And then take it.
Very nice intermediate check.
Takes. And this is a draw.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe Abhimanyu saw all of this. So this was the moment, this bishop e1 move, which actually doesn't lose. I thought he was winning. No, that's why I was not sure if Tenjin is correct here. So Abhimanyu played queen e6. Yeah, I think he got difficulties to make a progress. So he has positioned the pieces perfectly here, but how do you make progress? And it's a very good idea. You try to postpone the action until the next time control. And this is exactly what he was doing. And also, the Vietnamese grandmaster felt this is a perfect opportunity for him to trade queens. So he played g4.
With the idea queen f5. Queen
Yeah,
g6.
queen g6, queen f5.
And then when we arrived after this g6, the trade has happened on g6, and now
Yeah, and I was wondering, Angelica, if
Yes,
this is
what
a
is-
draw. If this is a draw, takes, and here. Can I draw this?
bishop c2, you can try. Bishop c7, bishop a4.
Now, bishop a4 is just a draw immediately. You drop both pawns. I thought b5.
b5. But white is the first one to promote, but black is promoting with a check.
No, I'm not going to allow you.
Ah, you're not allowing me to promote.
This is pretty forcing.
But now it means that white is very passive here.
Yes. The bishop on b2 is very passive, and maybe this position is just lost. I'm absolutely certain that the two-time winner of the triathlon saw this. Because I don't think he's in charge here, that he's pushing for anything. He knows that these two minor pieces for black dominate his rook, dominate the bishop.
Yes.
So he was definitely looking into this, and he realized he could not save it. So he played king g2, bishop c2, and now he's trying to figure out how to stop this bishop takes on a4. I suppose you can always go here. Oh, wait. Oh, my goodness. There's a trap. That's cute.
Oh my god, bishop c6. Wow.
That is really nice.
This is very cute trap.
Actually,
Oh my
Lindblad
God.
should be very happy that he was not in time scramble here. Imagine this was move 39,
Oh my god.
and he would have to make a move here because rook e2, bishop d3, rook e3. It's,
Yeah, it looks like automatic response.
well, okay, maybe bishop a4 is still not so difficult to find, but it's possible to blunder. So now he has plenty of time.
So what does it mean right now? Can white go for bishop h4 and bishop d8 ideas to challenge the pawns? Because there is no way to protect the pawn on a4.
It makes perfect sense.
So like similar to the endgame which we've
We
seen.
do the same idea.
Yes, and then bishop d8, like trying.
You're right. And what about your bishop being excluded from the game? What about bishop c6? What about some discovered checks? What about a4? Is this easy?
Not at
No,
all,
this is
not at
very
all.
complex. I mean, you're afraid of some discovered checks. You're afraid that you're going to miscalculate the a-pawn rolling forward. So what do? You calculate. That's why you have 1 hour on the clock.
You sit and calculate. But by the way, like it's completely interesting how the whole game went. Like out of the position where black was doubling on the f file, the whole game right now was on the king side. And now at the end game, final moment where it comes, those power of those pawns on the queen side.
Right. So king f3 is played. I'm not really sure what happens now after king f5 because this rook on e3 is feeling pretty bad.
Your rook on e3 is a little bit
I'm just going to take the pawn on
suspicious.
a4. What do?
I mean, again, bishop.
This almighty bishop is so much better than the rook.
Again, bishop h4, I would say.
It's probably quite similar. Like take it, you go
Bishop
here,
d8.
and I suppose you go here,
Bishop b6.
and I go here.
And again, it's similar.
Kind of. Okay,
position.
maybe. Oh, wait, you're not in time. You might. No, you're not in time.
I'm not in time, yes, if
I
I'm
wanted to
taken
take on
with a
c5
check.
to build a fortress. But maybe this was actually a bit more. This is a very difficult line, is it now? Here, takes, here, bishop c6, bishop b6. By the way, I see Salem Saleh. Hey, how are we doing? Are you going to join us? Awesome. So I think we're going to have an interview here with us because also the game of Lim Le against Abhimanyu Mishra right now is reaching full screen. So let's invite our guest here, Salem, select the winner of the Challengers Tournament here with us, and hear the thoughts of Salem.
Yes, and meanwhile, we are looking at the board of the Lim Le against Abhimanyu Mishra. Still a lot of time for the players to decide the game. King f3 was the played last move. We are expecting king f5 to come, and again, huge threat of taking on a4 is in the position. So how is Vietnamese grandmaster going to stop those pawns on the queen side? This is a huge question right now. And yeah, so king f5 looks like the most logical reply in the position, or you just remove the knight from the e4 because it's a huge threat to take the knight on e5 right now. What else could be possible? I mean, king f5, after king coming to f5 protecting, bishop h4 could be an idea to come and take the other pawns, while bishop is taking the pawn on a4, bishop d8, the line which we were discussing already earlier. It's not so clear, actually, how to defend here from white. And I'm actually getting a surprise guest here in the studio. With me is the one and only, the winner of the Challengers of the Grandmaster Triathlon, Salem. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on this very important win and the win of the whole event.
Yeah, thank you.
How do you feel yourself?
I feel really happy. I was a bit under pressure because I almost decided the tournament since the Blitz, but I wanted to play good in classical games. I still have one more, so I cannot celebrate too much until that game ends. But of course, I'm very happy to win the tournament. It's the first edition. Also, I think I won the Open and Challenger. I'm curious who will be the next one who will win both. Yeah.
That's a huge question. You have
Yes.
already participated in Grandmaster Triathlon 2 years ago. How this year is different to you?
Okay, the format was different, new players, Yeah, I got more lucky this time, and they were less experienced players. When I played 2 years ago, I think many of them were more like Lei Kwang, for example, experienced player. So I think experience played some role and some luck and little of skill, you know.
All right, let's maybe go to the game you played today against Vaishali. Very
Yes.
important game, and it was.
Can
also
you just turn off the engine so that whatever I say is not completely wrong?
All right, we're going to
The
switch
bar and
off.
yeah.
Yes, of course. So let's go to straight to the game.
Let's
So-
go to the piece. I mean, to the
yes,
sacrifice.
Yes. So it was all clear, IQP, and
Yeah,
let's go
it
to
was,
the
I think, a new position for both of us, but it's a quite typical position here.
But you prepared for this.
No, already first move I was out of.
Already
She's playing Grunfeld usually.
Yes.
So she played d5, and already I understood that if I play second move c4, she has something in mind.
And she played Benko against you.
Yes. So played knight f3, and she immediately played c5, and we got some fresh position. For example, yeah, here after bishop h5, I wasn't sure to put this bishop. I mean, I have to put the bishop on the diagonal, I think, a1 h8. So I could go b3, bishop b2, or bishop d2, bishop c3. I thought with bishop d2 I have extra option of bishop e1 somewhere, but it probably was not realistic. So I don't know. Okay, bishop c3 is logical, and she went for it.
Were you expecting it, that something is going to happen? Were you calculating the lines?
Yeah, I was spending a lot of time before going bishop d2, bishop c3. Because, I mean, it's clear this is the main idea, but knight f2 was bothering me. But then I made sure, at least in my mind, that I thought, no, it doesn't work, so I shouldn't be so much bothered. But then, yeah, I know it exists, but I was shocked when she did it. So I
she
was
went
not
for it,
really
you were
believing.
shocked, yes.
Yeah, I was not really believing in it. So takes. And here, I don't know, in my mind there are many options. Like I could play with g4 and try to unpin quickly, but I wanted to keep playing solid. I don't know.
So here g4 you were considering?
Yeah, I was considering like g4, bishop g6, king g2, for example. Maybe she doesn't take. Maybe she goes like bishop e4. And if I play rook f1, okay, she just plays with d4. I mean, it looks scary here. So I cannot go rook f1 actually. I didn't want to play g4, so I was just looking for alternatives. Queen f1, yeah, and here I was calculating both d4 and queen b6. We finally played queen b6, but if d4, I think it was important that I can take knight b takes d4. And if knight takes d4, now bishop takes d4. And after bishop d4, knight takes d4, bishop on h5 hangs. So bishop takes e2, knight e2, and then piece up.
So she cannot go for it, so she
Yes.
has to play queen b6.
Queen b6, and here I had choice. Rook d1 was interesting move. I don't know, I could play more solid, maybe with a4 or bishop e1 directly. But I thought rook d1 is interesting because I'm giving back material if she gets greedy. Let's say rook d1. If she takes on f3, bishop takes f3, bishop f2, queen takes b5. She wins the exchange, but after rook d5, there is no good square for this queen. Problem is if you go the most natural, like queen c4, then rook g5, and you can't play, and bishop d5 comes next.
Yes, huge
So
move.
black has to go like queen a6, I thought. And no, instead of queen
I
c4,
thought- Yes. Here.
queen a6, rook g5, and something like queen a7. But okay, I thought this is bad. Like I can even go to the end game.
Yes, of course.
But this is desperate. Maybe it's the only way, but I don't think it's good for black. So she played rook d8.
Have you considered other move here instead of rook d1?
Yes, a4, bishop e1, like these two moves.
Because we were looking at some ideas of knight d6.
Ah,
Have you
yeah.
looked
By the
at-
way, yes, like knight d6, exactly. I was calculating here two ideas for black: rook e6 or d4. I think d4 is finally what I wasn't so sure about. If rook e6, I was happy. Rook e6, knight f5,
Yes, knight is coming to f5.
and I'm attacking g7 and e3. And what happens here? Yeah, if d4 again doesn't work because of knight f takes d4. Knight 5. Yeah, knight 5 takes.
Yes, yes.
Yes, and then knight takes d4, bishop d4, and the same trick.
Yes, the same trick that you're in time to capture back on
Exactly.
e2. Okay.
So knight d6, I think d4 was bothering me. I was calculating, yeah, let's say knight d6, d4. If knight takes e8, she takes on c3, and this looked very dangerous. So I should play, not knight e8, of course. I think I have to play bishop. Knight c4, I was thinking. Knight c4, queen c5, bishop to e1. But I thought if black gets pawn to d4, it's already good compensation.
Yeah.
I wanted to block this pawn.
So that's why I played rook d1, blocking
Yeah.
the d4. She went rook d8.
Yeah, logical, and bishop e1. I don't know. It feels strange.
It feels strange. I know, like your pieces are a little bit.
But yeah, but I have piece up, so.
Your piece up? Yes. You're holding for
Yeah,
the
and
piece.
okay. Once I have seen she started to play slow, like queen c5, I thought it should be good for me already.
Yes.
I was bothered by maybe d4 again instead of queen c5.
So instead of queen c5,
Maybe d4. I wanted to play, I think, king h1. And now, so many things to calculate now. What was the idea? There was somewhere bishop, instead of d4, there was bishop f3. Sorry, can you go back one move?
Yes.
Bishop takes f3. Bishop takes d4. King h1.
Bishop has to take.
No, d3, I think there was d3. Interesting idea. b5
Oh,
is
the rook
hanging.
cannot go, yeah.
And what I wanted to do here. Yeah, because rook d3.
A4?
Yeah, but then some. I forgot already what I was thinking here. It all looks similar, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go back. I'm not sure. But something like this, I expected. Not
So you
nice.
expected queen bishop takes.
Something
f3.
connected with d4 quickly. So queen c5, she played king h1. And now bishop g6. I did not expect this as well. Yeah.
So what was the idea of bishop g6?
I think
Yes.
the idea is that if she takes on
that-
f2 instead, let's show. Yeah, if she
Yes.
takes on f2, bishop takes f2, queen c2, I thought, but then rook d2 I have, and yeah, nothing is working here. But after bishop g6, I mean the rook is trapped. So if I move my
Yes.
knight, then I don't have rook d2.
Yes, you don't have it anymore, yes.
Yeah, and here I went for this knight c7. I was told that at some point there was crazy resource, but I'm just curious, where was it? Do you know?
What did
black?
you expect here? So Vaishali played here rook e7. Did you expect rook e7 or some other
I expected
reply?
rook f8.
Rook
I expected
f8.
rook f8, and my line was b4, a b, knight takes b4,
Sorry?
yeah. Bishop takes b4, queen b4, knight d5, and this initially I thought this is winning. Earlier when I played knight c7, I was thinking about knight c7, but then I realized there's some rook d5, rook d5, queen b6, and
The rook is trapped.
yeah, like if king g1, I was calculating, let's say rook c8, rook e5, e,
Rook e5.
because rook c1 is met with rook
Yes,
8, so
yes.
h6, and then rook e3, queen e3, and I thought this is not easy position. Let's say rook takes e3, queen takes e3. Black has 2 pawns, black is very active. I don't know, maybe black is fine actually, yeah? I don't know if I'm in trouble, but finally I found instead, if you go back instead of king g1, knight e5. I'm freeing my rook, so bishop takes f2, knight d7, queen c6 for example, knight takes f8, queen takes d5, knight takes g6. And I'm winning the piece. So finally then I went for knight c7 when I saw this.
So there was another move. Not rook e7, not
Rook
rook
f8.
f8.
So
Not
what's-
even a rook move.
Not a rook move.
Yes.
But some d4 or no? Bishop
Some-
c2?
It's a very crazy move, actually. It's very tough to see. You can try to find the
Oh,
rest.
is it knight e7, knight f5?
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, this is crazy, of course. Yeah.
This is absolutely insane.
Did not cross my mind during
So
the
if
game.
you take-
In bullet, maybe you would see this, but
But in classical, no.
oh my god, yeah, this is.
And you have huge problems, right? You cannot go to h2, bishop f4. and
Yeah,
also
no, it's
king
clear.
g1.
I'm just in a box here.
Yeah, all pieces are in the box indeed, like in this triangle box.
So actually, after 97, what? I'm lost.
She's better. When we can switch on the engine.
Bishop b5.
Bishop
Okay.
b5.
Okay. Good luck. Okay, but it's difficult for both already.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. Good luck finding all of it. So.
But instead of 97, was it? Did I play well earlier, or it was?
Yeah, you played well.
Okay,
well.
good. Then
So,
it's
yeah.
fine.
So yeah, later. So she missed this. Of course, like it's a crazy idea, like to find. But maybe it was possible. I mean, she had a lot of time on the clock.
No, she didn't have time at all. I think she had
she had 12 minutes.
12 minutes for many moves.
Right.
And it's also not about time. I think if you either get it, you are struck by it, or you just don't see it.
So b4.
Yeah, I think the rest was not difficult.
But she blundered, yeah, like the.
I think she
queen
missed.
C2,
Yeah, she
yes.
simply missed rook d2. Yeah. So queen c2. She was thinking that I cannot take.
Yes.
But
and
rook
you
d2 and it's winning. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just a few.
Rest
more moves.
probably I could play much better, but I was trying to play it safe.
Yes.
So.
Just simply a piece is a piece, and.
Yeah.
The game was over. Salem, thank you so much for showing us the game and key moments. I mean, incredible resource was there, missed by both of you, but this is chess. So you said there is still some kind of a pressure since you have one more game left. So you're, like,
okay, now it's not pressure anymore. It's just important game. Every classical game is important, so I should just focus. The pressure of winning the tournament was high, but. Okay, I have to just enjoy next game. It's pressure, but it's also enjoyable. This is why I play chess.
You dominated in the Blitz tournament. How did you use yesterday's rest day to try to adjust for the classical time control?
Well, I went to other city. I went to Montreux.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but on the way there was some accident. Like the train was. And we had to change. We had to take.
Train.
No, not exactly. So we had to. The route was not clear. We had to change to take bus, to change trains, and so on. So it was a rest. No, not really a rest day, but finally we reached there and we came back
safely.
Yes, safely. Yeah.
So Salem, huge congratulations again to you. Exciting performance. We are looking forward to the last game, which will be in 2 days. So tomorrow you will have another rest.
Yeah, I think I will stay in Biel this time.
You will not go anywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So see you then already for the last match against Alexander Donchenko.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And we had with us the winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival, Salem from the United Arab Emirates, the player which we already had 2 years ago at the Grandmaster Triathlon, already different edition. This year he was one of the participants of the Challengers section, pretty much dominating the field in the Blitz tournament, and now with this important victory against Vaishali Ramesh Babu, he's clinching the win of the whole tournament, whole triathlon. And I'm here back already with Artus.
Yes, I'm back. I'm coming back to you, dear viewers. Yeah, this was a absolutely insane game. Maybe the culmination of the entire tournament in John Challengers so far. So this sequence that Vaishali missed, that was pretty fascinating. But he got one more game that is still ongoing. That is the game of Limle against Abhimanyu Mishra. And there have been a couple of moves on the board, and I think...
What is going on?
I think, Angelica, the Vietnamese Grandmaster, has found a way to escape the danger.
Yeah, we forgot our revelation bar because Salem stole it.
Oh, all right, I'm going to switch it back. There you go. There you go.
Yes, Salem stole the revelation bar. Now we have it back, and we see. Also, the computer is saying it all looks equal.
So why this is equal? You're probably wondering. Black has 2 extra pawns. The pawn on a4 is weak, but it's all about the support of the pawns on a5, b6, and c5. So we left it a couple of moves ago before the next time control was reached. And we estimated this position actually to be pretty great. But there's the saving resource for white. Rook takes on e4, bishop takes on e4, and king e3. And now apparently black cannot really do anything about this idea. So for example, Black will play bishop c2, bishop g3, bishop a4, here, for example, here, a4, bishop c5, and I think, Angelica, this is just a fortress.
And there is no b5 ideas, no breaks there.
Oh, wait, you're not, yeah, you're seeing it here. Yeah, there's no a3.
Yes.
There's no way to break through where the black king is gonna go, I suppose.
There is even bishop d6.
Still a bit tricky. Yeah, it's actually still a bit tricky here. Now the king goes. So a3, bishop a3. No, this should be still pretty easy
this
draw.
should be a draw, yes.
Still pretty easy draw. Somehow get the king on g1 and just do nothing, essentially.
And just wait. And just simply wait for the end of the game.
Yeah, and I think, what else can black do? Maybe play king e5. I'm thinking bishop g3 check, king d5, bishop c7, king c6, and...
King d2?
No, just take it.
Oh!
And white actually can win this. Yeah, so despite the fact that black has 2
you're-
extra pawns, white is dominating the position, just running toward the h-pawn. So that's why this actually would be a very interesting moment when black would love to not to have those pawns at a a-file to run around. You can't do that.
There is no way for the... But what after bishop c2?
Yes, bishop g3.
And now if we play b5, can
Oh,
we
this
do
is a
it?
good idea. Yeah, b5. I suppose I'm gonna...
Take? You have to take?
Do I now?
A, B?
I could still play bishop d6. But okay, let's take it. a4. King d2.
Oh, you're in time because of this tempo.
Exactly. Maybe even this position, by the way, is a bit
actually
tricky.
it's tricky, yes. But there is bishop d6, yeah?
Yeah, bishop d6, bishop c5. The pawn is going to be under attack. a2 is going to be king b2. There's nothing to be done. And I think it's fair to assume the tournament leader has got this. He is in control. Otherwise, he would never sacrifice the exchange on e4. Now it seems he has figured it out. And we saw this idea. You saw this idea of exchange sacrifice about here, right here, where I don't think it was really working. Because after rook e4, bishop e4, we're looking at this line, for example, something like, what was it here even? Bishop c2, bishop g3, where this king is very far away. But apparently the Vietnamese grandmaster just found a better moment. Play king f3, hit the knight, and after the only move, king f5, sacrifice the exchange with a check. And yet there's nothing that black can do about it.
Yeah, but this is just exciting how from such complex position we have this opposite colored bishop endgame. I mean, maybe we can go back in time to the middle game where we had a lot of action on the board, a lot of pieces when Abhimanyu doubled those 2 rooks on the f-file, when it was feeling like Lim was almost crushed in the position.
This felt very close.
This f4 move,
This felt very
big
close.
miss of this h6, g5 ideas.
Maybe, actually, I'm thinking that Mishra committed the mistake here. So he played h6, the logical move, after f5, rook f5, beautiful move, of course. And now suddenly it was not so simple. And even though he picked up this amazing move, b6, rook c1, maybe if he had played something slower, as king h7, as h5, not to rush with c5, while keep the opportunity to play b5 at the right moment, he would have very good winning chances. But Angelica, I have to go back to this moment where perhaps the better choice was just to take on e4, eliminating the idea for white to play f5.
Yes, exactly. And then to play h6 with exactly the same intention after bishop h4 going with g5. Wasn't it our idea?
Yeah, and now that we're armed with engines, okay, engines don't actually agree that g5 is the best. F takes, rook f2, rook e2, somehow white holds on.
Okay.
There's actually a stronger move. There's a stronger move here. It's
Queen h3?
Nah, queen g6.
Oh. Oh, you are attacking the rook and you want to take on f4.
And white's position is falling apart immediately. So
Queen g2?
queen g2, oh, that's an interesting move.
You're protecting the rook and you're...
Knight c3, rook c4. Ooh, this is bad.
Oh, no. Yeah, you don't want to try this at home.
Yeah, this rook is in trouble. And there's always the g5 incoming, by the way. So you play some rook c5. Oh, wait, you're just dropping something. Check here, takes here, a fork. So Mishra was this close. He was this close to score a very important victory. But again, the question is how easy it is. How easy it is to find bishop e4, rook e4, h6 here, and not g5, but queen g6.
Okay, queen g6 is already a tougher move to pick up. In like we are talking about 3 moves.
It is very difficult to find, especially
Yes.
when you have something seemingly better. So he played this immediately h6. He was happy with exchange sacrifice. Rook f5, bishop e3, found a genius move b6, and this is probably what cost him the victory in the game, this early c5 push, which was a very, very nice move. But unfortunately, this is something he would regret later, not to have this opportunity to play b5. Had he played slower like king h7 and h5, White was essentially paralyzed. And now from this moment, the Vietnamese grandmaster was pretty much flawless. This entire sequence of rook e1, queen f3, even bishop e1 is not losing. Engines are saying here black has some advantage. No, we looked at this line. Everything is
There
good.
is nothing, yes.
Trade the queens, bring the king, sacrifice the exchange. That's how the game should be saved.
Yes, and even though there are 4 pawns against 1 pawn right now on the queen side, it's not possible for White to proceed anymore because the b4 square is fully blocked by the pawns.
And also one problem for black, White is pretty much never taking on b4.
Yes.
So for example, bishop d8, b4, you don't have to take, because this would be really bad. Takes, black creates 2 passed pawns. They're rolling forward on their own. Also this pawn, by the way, at the king side is very important. So bishop d8, by the way, is played. b4, White just does nothing. Like goes here, you play b3, White goes here, puts the king on b2, and just smile.
And just laugh in your face.
Or laugh. Indeed. So b4 is played. I think, Angelika, we're seeing the final moves of this game. You can also tell from the body language of Mishra, he knows. He knows that he had a very good chance in this game, but I don't think really he should be unhappy because he definitely impressed us today.
He had a huge try and he did it. He made a lot of super important moves, like such move as b6. Yeah, after such dynamic play, he's slowing down for a second, playing b6. I mean, this was really huge, what he did. He had completely dominating position.
And a couple of moves are being played. So bishop a5, immediately trying to force matters. When maybe one more final attempt for black to play king c6. What if White suddenly stops thinking and takes on b4? Yeah, which is a very nice attempt.
King
You play
b5.
king
Very
b5,
beautiful.
you cannot take on c5, the bishop is hanky, you take on b4 and c3, you just win the game. So yeah, king c6 of course is played, and now just bishop d8 go out of this, and nothing really changes.
Yes, black cannot push the b3, black cannot also take on c3. I mean, there is nothing. Unfortunately, those 2 pawns are doubled. There is no way undouble them. Of course, huge try by Abhimanyu Mishra, also with black pieces against the leader of the tournament, Lim Le, who actually already won 2 times the Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel. So already very experienced player, and he had such a great chance to beat him.
Yeah, he is a very resilient defense player, as you can see in this particular game. He knows how to make the right decisions at the right moment. So we are following still the final moves here. I don't think there's going to be a lot of fight here, despite the fact that visually it feels that black is trying to accomplish something here. As soon as this pawn goes to b3, it will have to go to b3 at some point. White is just going to put the king on b2, and then this is what we call in chess a fortress. The stronger side cannot make any progress because that's one of the things, one of the qualities of the obstacle bishop's endgames.
Indeed, and we see that Abhimanyu is reaching out for the move, but he doesn't know yet what to play. But yeah, let's not forget we still have 2 more days, right? Abhimanyu will still have a chance to try to catch up with the leader. I mean, if he plays a draw right now, it's still okay. He still has a chance. He's in reachable distance to Vietnamese grandmaster, so anything can happen. But of course,
Bishop b5 is played. Doesn't change much. I think now the fastest way to a draw is simply bishop e7, threatening to take the pawn on b4.
Yeah, bishop e7 is on the board.
I think we are seeing one of the final moves here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play b3, otherwise the pawn is being taken on before.
Well, also, what I really like, Angelika, is that they're not wasting time. They understand it. So, of course, Mishra wants to try something, but he knows nothing is going to happen here. Final chance, b3 to check if the opponent is aware of the fortress ideas. King c1 is here. I think he could already offer a draw. So this game is concluding in any minute.
We see king d5 has been played. The king of white is blocking the pawn on b3. There is no way pawn is promoting further, and the bishop is going to protect the pawn on h2, and that is going to be a fortress.
So the proper etiquette, I believe, is the stronger side always should offer a draw. At least that's what I believe. It's some sort of an unwritten rule. So Limble doesn't offer a draw, and there you go. Mishra offered the draw, which was immediately accepted by the tournament leader, who with this draw is going to keep his lead in the Masters tournament, because other game in the Masters tournament, Pragg with the black color against Ike Mathiasson, also finished with a very exciting draw. It had the potential to explode at some point after the Armenian Grandmaster sacrificed exchange. Pragg also did the same to make sure he's not in trouble, and then after a couple of piece trades, we got a draw. Also, this game had a very, very good potential to become the game of the round, but then I believe Vaishali with black against Salem essentially stole the show.
Yes, absolutely. We had an absolutely amazing fight of Emirati Grandmaster against Indian superstar Vaishali. I mean, they were fighting really tough. Unfortunately for Vaishali, she blundered at some moment with Queen C2, and she lost this game, which brought Salem to becoming a winner of the challenger section of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
In the meantime, let's check the current standings after the first round of the final stage in both groups. As you can see, Limble keeps his lead, a 3-point lead in the Masters tournament ahead of Ike Mathiasson and Pragg. For Pragg, he has to now score a couple of victories, try to overtake the leader, because every single victory is worth 4 points. He's behind the leader 5 points. So Mishra, Pragg share the third place. In the meantime, the Challengers tournament is all about Salem because he's been playing fantastic chess so far. And now his lead over the second place, Alexander Donchenko, has extended to 11 points. Although Donchenko has one more game to play, he simply cannot catch the leader.
Yes, he has 2 May games to play against Salem and Vaishali. Tomorrow we will see the match of the Alexander Donchenko and Vaishali, and Alexander Donchenko against Salem will play on the final day. As we heard actually from him, he's going to have a rest day tomorrow. He will stay in Biel. He will not do any kind of adventures. As he said, there was some accident on the train. So some problems on his road, but yeah, tomorrow he will just stay and keep it calm.
And there's the pairings for tomorrow. As you can see, Pragg is going to take on Mishra and try to have some revenge for his loss in the classical tournament. In the meantime, also Limble is going to take on Ike Mathiasson. Alexander Donchenko will fight against Vaishali. So a lot of action is upcoming tomorrow.
Yeah, Pragg is going to take on Limble and
I read it wrong. Oh my goodness! I just didn't read in the column. Read it from the right to the left. That's why I'm surprised. I was so surprised. Why Limble again is playing with the white color? Oh my goodness!
Yeah, Pragg is going to take on Liam with white pieces and Abhimanyu Mishra with white pieces on Ike Mathiasson. We're going to have an exciting action. Also, Alexander Donchenko has a chance to get revenge against Vaishali, because Vaishali beat him in the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Yeah, indeed. So more action is coming. Listen, I mean, we are definitely enjoying our time here because every single day more action is coming. Every single round surprises us with a game of the day moments. These fantastic games happen basically every day. I still vividly remember this Vaishali's Rook X and F7 sacrifice. Today's potential idea of playing 97-95 against Salem could have been essentially the move of the round of the tournament of Vaishali's career so far. I don't really know. It was so beautifully looking. She didn't find it, but it just shows how beautiful chess is. If you give the right settings for the tournament, make it interesting triathlon instead of the typical round robin with the players, if you invite the right players that make this tournament so exciting. So first, of course, once again, let's congratulate Salem for his amazing victory.
Incredible performance by the Emirati Grandmaster this year at the Biel Chess Festival. He has won with 34 points in the Grandmaster Triathlon scoring system. He has dominated the blitz field. He has also played brilliantly in the classical portion. And today he had a very, very dynamic play and very dangerous play against Vaishali, and he managed to score a super important win.
Yeah, that was quite something indeed. So I don't know what Salem ate for this breakfast. I want to have it indeed. So fantastic player. And he likes to come here in Biel, being already here 10 times, which is, by the way, not a record, because Alexander Doncheko in the Challengers tournament has been here 13 times. So this is really fascinating dedication to the amazing festival. And also, speaking about the festival, I would like to use the opportunity to thank everybody who is making this coverage possible. So we have the best possible producer in the world, Vic. He's sitting next to us, 10 meters left to me. Vic, that was him. You heard him. So he makes all of this technical broadcasts possible at the best possible way. Also, we have Tatiana, the president, Peter Blumenboost. Also, the tournament director is Peter Kohler, somewhere out here. He was watching Salem giving the interview. So thank you for all of you for being so amazing. And of course, also the dear viewers, the chat, for your positive vibes, for your questions, insights. It is very, very important for us. But I suppose we have to say for today, today we have to say goodbye, right?
Yes, and thanks to you, Artus, right?
And thanks to us, of course.
Thanks to us.
We have the best seats here in the playing venue to follow the action live and have the amazing possibility to interview the players, hear their thoughts. We are going to be back tomorrow for yet another exciting round 2 of the final stage in both Masters and Challengers. In the meantime, have a great day. Come back tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.